Alicia, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you, Melissa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the agenda on the screen?
No, I can't.
What do you see?
I see that webcams are hidden. I think it's because I don't have the Wi-Fi on for all the webcams to be on. So I think that's on my end. But let me try to get that on.
Okay.
Alicia, I see council chambers, but no camera, and then the podium. So it's me, council chambers, and podium.
Okay, we're working on it.
Thank you.
Wow, okay. All right, well, we should still graduate. I don't even know how to say that. I don't know how to say that. I don't That's fine. No, they don't. Yeah. I went home. Hey, how's it going? We can still. I was thinking more like jazz, John's. Yeah.
Didn't get back to it. I think I just ignored it and then like
Oh, no, thanks, Mark. Dave and I were having this conversation. Yeah.
okay, yeah.
You sound way better. Way better.
Yeah, you did. When did you say if it was the last time?
And I'm just like, all week ago, My best friend always texts me, she'll be like, I need one.
Thanks for your
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, I think
Are all you guys leaving?
yeah, she's on that.
I'm not sure.
Alicia, can you ask her if she can see the screen?
Melissa, can you see something different on the screen now?
No, it still just has the CC for council chambers and the just this, like the P for the podium.
Can you click on the podium one and make that your view?
Some taxpayers are so needy. Yes, they are. I know. Yeah.
It says camera is off for the podium and the council chambers, Alicia. So
Okay. I don't think we're going to be able to change the view, so you will have to pull up the YouTube feed if you want to see what's being viewed.
okay.
Well, I don't think so. I think
I call this meeting to order of the Marshalltown City Council Chambers. We are in City Hall at 10 West State Street. It's August 24th, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. Would you please all join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Thank you. Can we have roll call, please?
Cahill,
Here.
Fonseca,
Here.
Mitchell,
Here.
Nichols,
Here.
Schneider,
Here.
Thompson,
Here.
Yepes Gomez.
Here.
Okay, moving on to public comments. Members of the public may make comments on any item that is not on the agenda at this time. The speaker shall approach the microphone and state their name and address. Comment shall be limited to 3 minutes unless a longer comment is authorized by the mayor. The speaker shall direct comments to the mayor and council as a whole. The mayor and council may not provide a response to a public comment, but shall not engage in discussion or debate items raised by members of the public. No action may be taken on items raised in public comments to comply with Iowa's open meeting laws. With that, the microphone is open.
Hello, Lane Peary, 20 East State Street. Believe it or not, I did not set out to wage a holy war on data centers. I just wanted to make sure the community I live in was protected and considered before a major development took place. That's all. But the amount of pushback I have received from council members and from organizations invested in these projects has been disheartening and unexpected. I'm not the type to walk away, though. I care about this town, and I hope we can work together to make Marshalltown the best it can be for everyone who calls it home. The public asked for a moratorium because we needed time to understand what data centers meant for Marshalltown. Since then, public pressure has only grown. And now, before the moratorium is finished, before Planning and Zoning presents a final draft, before the public gets to attend the city-hosted roundtable, we're having a data center developer present a project. This is happening before the rules are written, before the public process is complete, and before the moratorium is active. That does not look right, it does not feel right, and it does not build trust. Edgewood is inside city limits. The land being discussed is city-owned. When a developer presents a project
Lane, public comment is for things that are not on the agenda.
Okay.
And these are on the agenda. So if you have something other than something that's on the agenda.
Yes. Right now, the public is seeing a lot of things that look like decisions are being made behind the scenes. The only expert the city has had speak at council meetings so far has been Alliant Energy's lead community engagement consultant for data centers, Kylie Miller. He has spoken at length at both council and planning and zoning. He is not a neutral party. His job is to promote data center development. The public has not yet heard from independent experts, environmental experts, infrastructure experts, or anyone who is not directly tied to the industry. Our Marshalltown Area Chamber of Commerce, which is also the city's contracted head of economic development, has their branding and contact info on a data center development packet that was found on their website. This was at the same time that we were told there were no real proposals or plans. He has also helped launch a new organization, Growing Iowa's Economy, to publicly advocate for data centers both online and in printed media. Councilman Snyder spent almost $3,000 on a full-page color ad in the Times Republican, insisting that those of us with concerns are making mountains out of molehills. And yet I can count on one hand how many residents have told me they have no concerns. The local government works for the residents, all of us, not just the people who want this project, not just the people who are excited about data centers, not just the people who have already made up their minds. We need a process we can trust, we need transparency, and we need honesty, and we need to slow down enough to make sure that Marshalltown's future is shaped by the people who live here, not by outside pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Lane. Anyone else?
Maggie Valentine, 2345 Whispering Oaks Road. I just want to, just last time, I think some people were a little bit confused about what items we'd be allowed to speak on and which ones we wouldn't be allowed to speak on. So I just wanted to ask right now so that I'm not confused and don't miss the chance. Are the discussion, like Jay, the discussion items, are we going to be allowed to comment on those
Yes.
tonight? We will be.
Yes, that's why the public comment is held for
Yep.
things that are not on
Just
the
there was
agenda.
just confusion about whether or not
Yes.
we would need a motion to be allowed to speak on those items or not. So just
No,
want
I
to double
will
check.
ask for public comment.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, we have mayor, council, and administrator comments. Does anyone have anything? Sue?
Thank you, Your Honor. This slipped my mind the last meeting that we were here, but a friend of mine who had commented several times on the fact that we were spending spending some money on the bridge, on the other items. But she said during RAGBRAI, her adult children who live in larger cities outside of Iowa came back and that they were floored at how well Marshalltown presented itself between the aquatic center, the water plaza, the biking bridge, the Franklin Field, the downtown plaza. She said, I have to apologize to you because I was complaining to you that we're just doing things wrong. But she said they really were amazed at how well Marshalltown looked and the support of the people in it. So I wanted to pass that on. Thanks to all of our people who have been involved in all of these projects that we're working on. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I'm going to follow up on something that Sue said. Does anyone remember Denise Long? Great basketball player for Union Witten. I believe it was in the late 60s, early 70s, something like that. Well, Denise has moved on and she ended up being a pharmacist down in Arizona. But she still has family up here that she comes up and visits every 6 months to a year. And the last time she came up just recently and walked downtown, she commented about what an upgrade Marshalltown is, how much it's changed and looking so much better than what she always remembered Marshalltown, what it was. So I do agree with Sue. We're getting there. Okay. Moving on to years of service, the police department.
Now he's shy.
You look so nice.
Chris Jones, Chief of Police. Tonight we have two opportunities to celebrate two of our staff members with some major milestones. The first one is our 5-year milestone for Adon. Adon was our 2023 Employee of the Year, right? Even with a little, almost 2 years on the department, has really kind of turned a tide on the culture of our agency. And if you can kind of tell between, I know he's not smiling now, but he has a very infectious smile and a very positive attitude that kind of carries over to all of our staff. So part of Adon's duties is he's currently works night shift, a field training officer for all of our young people, and specifically picked because of his patience and his ability to not only train others and has had a background in training defensive tactics and boxing to youth. One of the things I'm particularly proud of is you grew up here in Marshalltown. So he's a Marshalltown native that we're able to hire. He is part of our child seat safety team. And able to use bilingual skills to be able to help families better suit their children in child seats, plus help us do outreach throughout the community. Adon's been a tremendous asset for us, and throughout his career has always been a positive motivator, especially working nights at bringing a positive light to some of those officers that work overnight. But he's tremendous. He has a tremendous career ahead of him, and I want to thank you for your 5 years of service.
Thank you.
Speech.
I asked for this. You want to go? Okay, perfect. Come on, Dave. Okay, so Dave and I started on the police department in the 1900s. We are officially the last 20th century law enforcement officers on the department. And one of the aspects of Dave is when he moved to Marshalltown from the Iowa City area, we lived in the same apartment complex. and same apartment building, I guess, actually, and became very close friends in the last 30 years for sure. Dave has been on a variety of different areas within our agency, has been a field training officer, much like Adon. Carries an aspect of investigations and traffic that we had helped pass on to many of the officers that are sitting in the back here, helping to recognize both Adon and Dave. We were on the SWAT team together for a number of years, have a number of stories back and forth, which you can tell them privately. That's perfectly fine. But one of the things that he did, and I hope it's a pinnacle of your career, is he helped us with our Mid-Iowa Drug Task Force for a number of years as an undercover drug investigator. And one of the things that I've always valued about Dave for sure is he's always been open with me and department leadership about changes that need to be done in the department. When he hears those from staff, Dave's an excellent listener, and then he passes that information. So a lot of the times employees would be reluctant to maybe come forward to leadership to make those changes, and Dave's been the spokesperson in a very respectful way to be able to get some of those changes. And when you take and look back on a 30-year career, it's there's countless amounts of things that I can think of versus technology and scheduling that we have developed, that Dave has been the front runner in making sure that those things happen and standing behind his decisions. And one of the things that Dave has always done is if he came up with a problem, you always had a solution for us to do. And I'm very proud of you and your 30 years of service, and I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Chief Cross.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'd like to introduce you to the real fire chief. This is Maria Ramirez, and she's my office manager, and she's indispensable to me. And she's celebrating a 5-year milestone in service tonight. And I just can't thank you enough. It seems like only yesterday you came to the department, but yet it feels like forever, because you do such a good job. So congratulations on 5 years. Love to have you for as long as you'll have us. So thank you. So we're gonna ambush Maria just a little bit. I got to mind my own business, Your Honor, if you permit me just a little latitude here. Sitting in my office, minding my own business, and I get an email from Sergeant Roush from the police department, and I'm like, oh boy, and it's about one of my employees. And I'm like, okay, who got pulled over, or who crashed into something, or, somebody got in trouble off duty and we got to do something crazy. But it was none of those things. And the email focused around a law enforcement interaction that Sergeant Roush had to do his business at a local a mercantile establishment. And the people that were involved in Sergeant Roush's business, the male part of the duo, the husband and wife, had to go clear up some loose ends with Sergeant Roush's people, and the wife of the duo was left stranded with a language barrier at a business. And so Sergeant Roush wrote me an email. I'm gonna give you some excerpts from this, if that's cool, and then you can offer some commentary after the words. So you kind of know the premise of the setup, and we'll call the person that Maria helped Mrs. G. Cool. I was unable to clearly communicate with her using the language line to find out why she was so scared. I was able to get her to agree to come to the PD to talk to Impact through an interpreter. I found out on the way to the PD that Impact was out of town. They're busy doing other things for other people in other places, and that the only Spanish-speaking officer on duty was out of service or tied up on something else. So Sergeant Roush is dealing with a problem, trying to communicate and trying to help somebody who's not involved with law enforcement, get them stable, get them home. And he had no way to do that. So he's like, well, I'm just going to come to the PD and we're going to see if Impact can come and talk. So then he saw Maria and asked Maria to come out and talk with Mrs. G. And not only did Maria save the day for Sergeant Roush in getting the Mrs. G from where she was to where she needed to be in a safe and stable manner, she helped Mrs. G figure it all out and become at peace, so to speak, with what was happened. One of the things that that was most striking to me about Sergeant Roush's email, he says, in reality, Maria stepped up and helped Mrs. G in a time where her world felt like it was coming apart. Not only was she willing, but she was incredibly effective and empathetic on somebody's worst day. Her actions bring credit to her, the Marshalltown Fire Department, and the city of Marshalltown. So because of that email, I talked with my command staff, and we have a policy that we can award commendations to our staff based on performance. So that's what we're going to do tonight. So we're going to award Maria the Certificate of Meritorious Conduct. And what it says is, for exceptional performance in a non-emergency situation, providing exceptional and compassionate service to those in need. And I put the quote from Sergeant Roush's email underneath the description, that she was not only willing but incredibly effective and empathetic on somebody's worst day. Her actions bring credit to her, the Marshalltown Fire Department, and the city of Marshalltown. And then signed by me. And congratulations, we're very, very proud of you. I'd like to offer some commentary.
All right. So, as a police officer, one of the hardest things you can do is realize that you can't handle a situation by yourself, and the other is actually asking for help. And as I was driving back from this establishment to the PD, it took me 25 minutes to get this lady to actually get into the car with me. And as I'm going to the PD, they tell me that Impact's not in town and that our only Spanish-speaking officer is in court. And I have no idea what I'm going to do. And I walked into the PD and I saw Maria, and I was like, I don't even know if she speaks Spanish, but I sure hope she does. So I go in and I kind of fill her in as to what's going on, and I explained that I don't have any rapport with this lady. We had just arrested her husband, and she was, if I had to explain the fear that she was in, it was like a 4-year-old missing their parents in a store. And so I told her that, and I said, I didn't ask her to interpret for me. I asked her to intervene. So she actually went out by herself and talked to this lady, and she came back in like 2 minutes. I'm like, that was quick. And she's like, I'm not done yet. She grabbed some tissues and then brought them out and continued to talk with her. And she was able to figure out what the problem was. And that was the biggest issue that I had, especially using language line, is I didn't know what the problem was. Why was she so emotional? Why was she so distraught? And so she was able to figure that out. And at about that time, Impact was able to, show back up, and she was able to interpret for them, and they were able to come to a resolution to this problem, at least for the day. So I appreciate that, Maria. It was you really helped me out that day. I'd like to say that she helped me out, but she really didn't. She helped her out. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to the consent agenda, number 9.
I have a motion to make before the consent agenda.
Excuse me?
Oh, I have a motion to make. I let Alicia know that I would like to do a order of business motion.
Let's do that right after the consent agenda.
I think it has to be before, no?
You do it before? Okay, go ahead and make a motion.
Okay, yeah. So since I'm guessing most of the people here are for the data center stuff, I would like to make a motion to change items I, J, and K right after the consent agenda.
I hear a second.
I'll second that.
Any questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Mitchell? Nichols?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Yepes Gomez?
Yes.
Cahill?
Yes.
Yes.
Fonseca? Fonseca?
All right, one more time.
Fonseca?
The motion did pass.
And our microphones now, if you just push the button and it'll leave it on.
Okay. That will be moved. So let's move on to the consent agenda. Item number 9 has been requested to be pulled from the consent agenda. Can I get a motion to approve?
Move to approve, Your Honor.
It was after the consent agenda.
Second.
Any other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Nichols?
Yes.
Schneider?
Yes.
Thompson?
Yes.
Yepes Gomez?
Yes.
Cahill?
Yes.
Fonseca? Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, Steve, do we move to item number 9 then? Mhm. No.
Resolution to approve the code building upgrade grant application for St. Mary's Catholic Church at 11 West Lynn Street, Marshalltown, Iowa.
All right. Hear a motion for approval?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Let's open it up for discussion.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason I pulled this is I think we need clarification on just what we're doing with the grants for buildings downtown. I'm not opposed to this, but this brings up a golden opportunity to clarify what buildings, what businesses, what structures qualify for the grants that we give out. Last year, we gave a grant to the Elks Lodge, and they own that building, and that was a nonprofit. I apologize for not catching it then, because there are some people that believe these grants are for tax-paying businesses, and that these grants would be recouped in higher assessments, and therefore they were the only ones that qualified. Well, we gave the one to the Elks last year. Now we're probably going to give this one to the church. But in talking to Danielle, and Danielle will correct me if I put words in her mouth, but the way the grant criteria is written, we say a commercial building. So, and I don't know how to say this. The determining factor that it's a commercial building is the county's assessor's office. So in this case, Elks Lodge and St. Mary's Church, they're both commercial buildings. Now where it gets ugly is, and I'm going to use the Binford House as an example, the Binford House, which is a nonprofit, it, according to the county's assessor site, it is not a commercial building, it is a residential building. So now we're splitting some hairs again, that some nonprofits qualify for the grants and some nonprofits do. So I guess I'm using this opportunity that we need to have a discussion, probably not here, but later, that we need input from the public, and obviously the MCBD, that are these grants for everybody that has a structure inside the central business district boundaries? Because the intent is to make the central business district look nice? Or is this truly just for commercial buildings based on the Marshall County Assessor's website? So I'm just planting a seed for the public, how they feel about this, because these grants obviously are repaid down the road through, you know, if these are facade grants, that later the buildings would be assessed at a higher value, obviously, and we would recoup the money, comes out of the TIF zone. So that's my spiel. Did you want to correct anything or add to that?
The only correction I have is I'm sorry, Danielle Leakin, Executive Director of the Marshalltown Central Business District. The only correction I have is I didn't know what definition to utilize for commercial when processing this grant. So commercial, does that mean for profit? Well, I was aware of the precedent of a nonprofit previously getting a grant, so that obviously does not mean that. So then it's, well, does city code define commercial? No, there is no definition in city code of what commercial is. And so there was just a lot of conversation around bringing this grant application forward, and I could not find any reason not to. It felt like it complied with everything that was stipulated. But Councilor Thompson did raise a good point that Binford House operates commercially as a nonprofit, but they are classed as residential by the county assessor site. And so it's really just seeking some clarification about who's eligible and who isn't. So.
Does anyone else have anything on this? I do agree at a later date, we probably need to clarify that. Yes.
Mark Eaton, 1007 South 10th Avenue. As Mr. Thompson has pointed out, this is tax increment finance money, which comes out of the general fund, which has a hole in it. And in my opinion, we shouldn't be doing any facade grants, but that's just my opinion. The other side of it is a nonprofit. We've stopped, we are working hard to stop giving taxpayer money to nonprofits. You're basically forcing the taxpayer to give a donation to a nonprofit because they don't pay property taxes. And I think there should be enough investors in the community to support the nonprofits. We have stopped giving money to the MAC building. Yes, we give money to the Art Alliance, but that's because they're under contract to do work. Yes, we give money to the Chamber because they're under contract to do work. But we shouldn't be giving taxpayer money to nonprofits. Thank you.
I would just chime in that, you know, whether a property qualifies as commercial or not is going to be a legal question. And I'd be happy to weigh in on that in a more private setting without waiving confidentiality if someone sees fit to pose that question to me.
I think that would be wise.
Your Honor, if we were to have these discussions to get a better definition for the boundaries of the Central Business District, how long do you think that would take? I mean, would it be worth postponing this one until we finish that conversation? Because I'm assuming that we would set that policy by resolution. It would.
I would think a month. Anyway, I don't see a lot of changes in it.
Okay, so since these grants are reimbursements, there really is no reason to pass this through tonight. They can wait a month. They can still do their work. I don't think they're going to. Oh, they're not? Oh, come on.
Danielle Leakin, Executive Director of the Marshalltown Central Business District. They cannot start work until the grant has been approved, so it would delay their project.
That's one of the criteria we do agree on. Yeah.
Okay, is there any other questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Just one more comment,
Okay,
if I may.
yes.
What makes this really interesting, the way the central business district is defined. My house is in the boundaries of the central business district where I rent. So under the current rules, my landlord could possibly get a grant to fix his rental property.
I think you ought to fix your van first, actually.
And I want to thank Officer Powell and the chief for not reminiscing about their time together in my van.
Okay,
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Steve. So, Steve, would you recommend us to vote no on this and then just get a clarification on commercial? Postpone it, or?
I guess it depends on if folks think they need clarity or not.
Would 1 month be enough for 1 month to get clarity on what commercial is? Would that affect the church?
Given that this is an outdoor construction project and it's already August, I would say yes, that would negatively impact their project. I mean, I feel like they applied under good faith as the rules currently exist.
Okay.
And I think if you want to change the rules, I think that's a conversation we can have, but I don't think we should change the rules
Okay. Yeah.
now for this application.
And I think I can weigh in just on a pretty shallow level without reviewing any of the other grant applications or materials. Generally, a property, whether it's residential, commercial, etc., is determined by use and zoning as opposed to owner. So if a property is commercial in nature and zoned commercial, whether it's a for-profit or a non-profit doesn't really factor into that equation. Generally, again, I haven't looked at the specific grant applications or anything that might shift that.
And this property is zoned urban core.
I guess my own opinion is to move forward with this one, but then take a good look at how the wording is and if we should change it and bring it back to council. So with that, anyone else? Roll call, please.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Melissa asked that I vote yes for her.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols.
Yes.
Okay. Now we're going to.
Your Honor, point of order. Do we have Melissa still on?
She's listening but can't speak.
So she's going through Carol's phone. Okay. Moving on to item number I, ordinances.
Ordinance 15123 on the amendment to Chapter 156 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Marshalltown, Iowa, establishing a temporary data center moratorium. Second reading.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Would you like to give us just a quick update, Clayton?
Good evening, Clayton Ender, Assistant Director, Housing Community Development. This is your second reading on this item. There have been no changes proposed to it since your first reading, but a quick little synopsis of the ordinance is it would establish a moratorium, a 4-month moratorium based on your July 13th meeting date when you made the original motion. So that would go to November, I didn't write it down here, 23rd of this year. There is a provision included within the ordinance to grant the city council the authority to do a one-time 60-day extension if it's found additional time is needed to study study the topic or to process any amendments through the legal process. Any additional extensions beyond that one time 60 days would be subsequent ordinance review and approval. Happy to go into further detail or answer questions if needed on this. Planning and Zoning Commission has recommended approval of the temporary moratorium.
Any questions or comments up here?
Mr. Mayor, I have a clarification. So I want to make a motion to waive the third reading. Do I have to do that right now or after the roll call?
He can do that now.
Okay. After roll
Okay,
call.
after.
Okay.
Okay. Anything from the crowd?
Lane Peary, 20 East State Street. Hang on. Okay. Thank you for moving this item to the start of the meeting. This helps make sure the public can speak before any development talk happens. I support approving the second reading of the moratorium and waiving the third reading tonight. The reason is simple. We need the moratorium in place as soon as possible. Right now, the moratorium is not active. Even after a vote, it does not become real until it is printed in the newspaper. Waiving the third reading shortens that gap. It reduces the time where a developer could try to have start something and later say that they should be grandfathered in. Passing the second reading and waiving the third reading tonight gives the city the strongest protection. It keeps the rules fair, prevents loopholes, and makes sure no development gets ahead of the process. I ask the council to approve the second reading and waive the third reading so the moratorium can move forward without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I mean, I guess I just want to. Oh yeah, sorry, Maggie Valentine, 2345 Whispering Oaks Road. I guess I just want to reiterate that I'm assuming a lot of people want to just move forward with the moratorium. I've talked to quite a few people that have absolutely no clue that it's not actually in effect until after the third reading. So I would ask that you guys go ahead and pass the moratorium and waive the third reading, please.
Erin Carpenter, 802 North 4th Street. I know last time that the waiving the third reading did not pass, but I would like to urge the council to use the provision in Iowa code that allows for this exact thing and put it into use in the way that it's intended to be used. Thank you.
Doris Kinnick, 2020 Catalina Place, Marshalltown, Iowa. I want the extension of 60 days. We need that.
Anyone else?
.314 Old 15th Street. My name is Roberto Gonzalez. I think passing the moratorium is showing the community that we care about the community. We care about the community input and what we're trying to do, and also showing transparency to the community. I think that's really good to just pass that second reading and pass the moratorium too, and wait the third.
Thank you.
April Long, 911 May Street. I would ask that the council vote for the second and waiving the third. There's no rush for this thing for a data center to be built. The people of Marshalltown need to become more educated on the risk, benefit, and benefits of a data center. So pass the resolution, waive the third reading, and give the community time to find out fully what is in store for them. Personally, I don't want to see a data center in our community. I think it's a mistake. I think people are being blinded by the possibility of quick bucks coming into our community. The long-term effects are not going to be what we hope they are. So please vote no on any data centers and vote yes on a moratorium. And I would also like to see the moratorium expanded even longer so that there's more time to get accurate, true information out there. Thank you.
Okay.
Sarah Nurath, 20 East State Street.
I honestly, this is the first time I've ever come to a city council meeting, and this is the
Well, welcome.
thank you. This is the main reason. I think that I personally don't see a lot of the benefits, but I would like us to explore it. I would like the public to actually get to see both sides of it, because I'm not infallible. You know, what I understand from the research I've done, I do not think it would be a good thing for our community. But I think we really need to take that 4 months to figure it out and not rush into anything. And honestly, Lane had a really good point, because I didn't realize until last week that the moratorium was not in effect. So I think a lot of the public think that it is already. So I would really like to see you guys just, you know, approve the moratorium and waive the third reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else? Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Why is it?
Sorry about that. I'm standing back
You
there
gotta be a little
behind the post. Okay, so Mark Eaton, 1007 South 10th Avenue. I'm in listening to the community. I'm going to get burned either way, but here we go. The moratorium is not in effect until this ordinance passes. But the clock on the moratorium is counting from the 13th of July. How is that possible? What is the legal ruling on this? How are you not getting yourself in hot water in either direction?
Clayton, can you answer that?
Clayton Ender, Assistant Director, Housing and Community Development again. I was the one that drafted this ordinance for your review. It was my understanding from your motion on July 13th that you all thought that was sufficient to enact a moratorium. And so I just based that date off of that 4 months off of there, because the assumption at the time was that's when it went into effect. Legally, it hasn't, but I did put a date certain in there. November 23rd, 2026. That date could certainly be modified at the discretion of the city council with an amendment to the ordinance.
Question. So Clayton, for the planning and zoning, the big question is that time, you've been working on this since before any official passing of the moratorium. So is this sufficient time to the end of November for you to get the planning and zoning in place?
I absolutely believe it is. I had presented a schedule at earlier agendas. Planning and Zoning Commission has already been at work on this specific topic. They've held 2 work sessions. We have a community roundtable event scheduled for this Thursday. I'm going to do a little plug here for a moment. Thursday, doors open 5 p.m. at the Coliseum, 2nd floor. Event starts 5:30. Every person's welcome and invited to attend. So Planning Commission has already been at work on this. We put together a schedule that would have have an ordinance in front of the council and ready for third and final reading on your November 23rd date. So that's how we arrived at that date. But we put in that 60-day addition, recognizing that life can happen.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sherry Larson, Shady Oaks Road. I am in the eye of the storm of where the city wants to expand, and offer has been made, price for my home already. So yes, I want a moratorium to begin. I agree. I like the 3 readings, but I want the moratorium more.
Thank you.
And an extension.
Thank you.
Annie Gresham, 2125 290th Street, Melbourne, Iowa. I have come to call this moratorium Schrodinger's moratorium. It's a lot like Schrodinger's cat. It's alive or it's dead. The moratorium has started. The moratorium has not started. At this point, if you go with the November date, even if you waive the third reading now, by the time the ordinance is printed, it will be a 10-week moratorium. So either change the name or live up to the name. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John Hall, Marshalltown Area Chamber of Commerce, 34 West Main Street. It's my recommendation as well to have you all not only pass the moratorium tonight, but also waive the third reading. If nothing else, then preservation of people's time. You know, we are asking the same community members that are showing up here to show up for planning and zoning to provide their feedback into that process as the ordinances and zoning code are amended and made changes. And I personally would rather see folks have there's a limited amount of time that folks have, spend that time and energy at those efforts, recognizing that I think there's desire to move the moratorium forward and put it in place. In addition, and maybe this is a bit selfishly, get past this point of a lot of the concerns and conspiracies that I continue to see, particularly on social media. We've got a project that will be in front of you all later tonight. As Clayton has described at the last City Council meeting, there are certain actions that the moratorium will prohibit, and certain actions that it would allow to continue, and the major component of that being the due diligence necessary on site development and planning, recognizing that any project that would come forward would have to meet the new zoning code, whatever that would be at the time of it being adopted. But it would be my hope to see the second reading passed and the third reading waived to move this forward expeditiously. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Your Honor, can I ask for a clarification?
Yes.
I know one of our speakers mentioned the Shady Oaks area. That is not in city limits, is it? The area of Shady Oaks, it is county property. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that the city is really not involved with that at this point.
Correct.
Thank you.
The majority of that land is in unincorporated county.
Zachary Hamilton, 2250 Shady Oaks Road. To that point, it is listed in the Reimagined Marshalltown project for future industrial use via annexation. So just something to consider. Actually, what I would like to do tonight is just encourage the city as a whole to be productive during the moratorium. My impression of the city council is the votes would currently be in favor of a data center eventually being in Marshalltown. And speaking as someone who could be affected by one next door, I think the worst thing that could happen would be to bicker and argue and get through the whole moratorium and not have any progress made on our zoning ordinances. That would be potentially a worst case situation for individuals that would be living next to one. And so I would encourage the community as a whole to be proactive and involved in these conversations as the moratorium goes into effect. Be involved Thursday night, help make some progress on this so that when all is said and done, individuals like myself, those on the north edge of town, can be more comfortable potentially with what the outcome of the situation might be as the ordinances are updated, hopefully in our favor to some degree. And so that's my encouragement tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lee Botter, Marshalltown, Iowa. I want to echo what he just said. When Thursday arrives, we need to be informed as citizens and come informed. So I did make a phone call to Annie to see if I could print something off. We do have a data center planning, a Hubble informed roundtable handout. It's a one-pager with some information on here. If you want to see us after the meeting, please do. It gives us a basis for educated comments, looking at, is this the right thing for Marshalltown? Is it not the right thing for Marshalltown? I'm not going to say one way or the other, but I'm saying let's gain the education, let's gain the knowledge so we make wise decisions for our future. You guys have heard me say this is a legacy decision we're making. And I'll use, Aaron, I'll do the tree thing tonight. When we plant the tree, we plant it for the generations, the future generations. I may not sit under that tree and get the shade. I may not pick the fruit, but I want my children, I want my grandchildren and great-grandchildren to do that. That's what this is going to be for our community. So let's be wise. Let's come ready to go. And I guess I have one question for Clayton. I'm not sure. I've been to all the PNC meetings. Are we having another roundtable or just one roundtable? Thank you.
The schedule as I presented it to the council and commission included the single community roundtable. Then we would have first draft of ordinances on September 17th. And then at the start of October, we would like to do a public open house. That'll be more of a informal come and go rather than everyone stick around for the entire time. You're welcome to stick around the whole time if you want, but you wouldn't need to. So I do intend to host at least 2 public open house events, one being the roundtable, one being more traditional open house.
Okay. Thank you, Clayton. Anyone else?
Yeah, my name is Jimmy Lant. I live down at 610 North 4th Avenue. This meeting you're going to have July 27th, August 27th at the Coliseum. Is that going to explain this whole thing, all about it, all the pluses about it, all the negative things about it? Or what's it going to do? Or are we just going to argue on it? Well, my concern is these things get pretty loud, and you don't have to live next to it. I do. And I got brother-in-laws that live next to wind turbines. They get kickbacks from the wind turbine people on the loudness of the noise through money-wise. Am I going to get any kickback through this, or is the city going to get it? I just want to know the positive stuff, the negative stuff. And I think I'm entitled to that as a citizen of Marshtown. I've been here 78 years. I'm sick of how things are being run in here. I've been trying to get help from this guy, all these people up here, and they're all putting their heads down right now, some of them. But you know what? Stuff's never got done. But I pay my taxes once a year in September for a whole year. But starting this September, it's going to be 6 months at a time. Because I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this. See, I like to take all you guys for a ride around this town and rent a bus and me be the talker on the bus, and I'd hire the driver and show you what all the negative stuff is in this town. But you guys will not take me up on it. Because I offered that once before. One thing I'll say about Mayor Thompson and Bobby Schubert, they come down to my area, and they walk that whole alley all the way down to the park. And they took care of things, but then things got back just like they are today. And I know, and Mike knows what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a dumpster that's been down there since 2020. And it hasn't been emptied. There's been a fire in it. The fire department had to come down and put the fire out. Now it's full of garbage again. I'm just sick of how things are run. And people on this data center, I want to know the pluses and the negatives about it. Is that going to be taken care of in this meeting, Mike?
There's no data center. We're going to have a presentation tonight on a data center, so you'll learn a lot of the positives probably.
Yeah.
On it. And what the meeting at the Coliseum is for is to say, okay, if we're going to have something in this community, it has to have these certain, we have to set the bar high. So that if you're coming in, because there's no doubt in my mind, the data centers went into communities that didn't care. And so the data centers, they did bad stuff. And it's because the city didn't hold them to high standards as far as even beginning, because if you can't clear our bar, we don't want you here. And you won't be able to come here.
Okay.
And that's what a lot of the roundtable discussions are, is what's really important here.
This is such a big topic that to free up all you guys, why don't you have a public election on this if you want it or not? Let the people that pay the taxes make the determination. I know the people that pay the taxes elected you in, but let the people out there, you guys can give it up for one time. It's a big deal. Back when I was a kid, this tall, I remember John Deere's wanting to come into this town. And they got shot down from a deal like this. They got shot down because you know what? Money talks and the other stuff walks.
Okay. Thank you, Jimmy. You're out of time.
Well, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Why can't you let the people of Marshtown vote on it?
Because
you don't want
you live
to.
in a representative government. So, and that's why you elected these people to represent you, is why.
Well, they know what I want. I'll be there at that meeting.
Okay.
I think there's another
Is there
comment.
anyone else?
Yeah.
Let's have a roll call, please. No.
My name is Renee Nodland. I live at 305 North 4th Street. I have my reasons I oppose the data center. I don't know a lot about it. I myself would like to be a little more educated, but for reasons of pollution, produces heat, for several reasons, I am against the data centers. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone that wants to come up and speak, we're talking about the moratorium only. So other side issues do not apply right now.
I just had like a quick question about something that was
Go
said.
ahead.
You said something about a presentation tonight. Is that something open to the public, or when and where is that?
It's part of the agenda.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, thank you. Sorry.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca, Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
No.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez.
Yes.
Okay. Motion passed.
And then I would like to make a motion to waive the third reading.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to waive the third reading. Questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Mitchell, oh, sorry, I need to make her absent. I'm sorry. She is no longer able to vote.
Does that change the numbers required?
Think so.
So point of order. So 75% of who's present to pass it?
Yes.
No, the whole council.
Of the whole.
Well, if she's not here.
This is pretty important.
Okay.
We get a clarification on that?
He's got it right here. It takes 6. Everyone clear on that? Yes.
Clarify, was that for the previous vote or for the upcoming?
The waive the third reading.
The wait, okay, thank you.
Roll call, please.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill.
Yes.
Okay. We waived the third reading. Now we're just going to keep moving down the ordinances.
Correct.
Okay, ordinance number 2.
Ordinance 15124, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Marshalltown, Iowa by repealing Section 73.050 weapons, second reading.
So move. Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any questions or comments on this? Roll call, please.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
No.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I make a motion to waive the third reading.
Second. Comment?
Yes.
So this is just to comply with Iowa law. So this is just following, the police have offered this to basically get in compliance with state code.
Chris Jones, Chief of Police. Yes, this would put us in line with the state code. There would be some legal concerns with having an ordinance that would be in contrary to the state code in relation to possession of weapons on snowmobiles and ATVs.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
And I just want to state that my no vote on that is just because I don't think we should have weapons on there. And I don't think the state should have approved it. So it's not that I don't want our police department to comply with the state. I disagree with the law to begin with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
So Chris, that means pull over Sue when you see her on a snowmobile.
Any public comment? Roll call, please.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill. This is to waive the third reading.
Thank you. Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Okay, moving on to ordinance number 3.
Ordinance 15125, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Marshalltown, Iowa, 70.009, vehicle condition, equipment, and load by adjusting the percentage of window tint allowed, second reading.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments up here?
Comment, Officer Jones, this is the same type of thing where we have to comply with state law, correct? Sir.
Somebody else is getting pulled over now.
Yes, July 1st, the state had changed the tint regulation to be a little bit, to allow more people to have more or darker tint on their windows. It's just consistent with the state law.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments up here? Anything from the public? Roll call, please.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols, Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Your Honor, I move that we waive the third reading.
Second.
Okay. Any questions or comments up here? Roll call, please.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Okay, number 4.
Ordinance 15126, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Marshalltown, Iowa, 130.018, fireworks to add the permitted timeframes for usage, second reading.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Anything from the crowd? Roll call, please.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Your Honor, when Alicia is ready, I'll go slower this time. I move that we waive the third reading.
Second.
Okay. I've got a motion and a second to waive the third reading. Any questions or comments? Anything from the public? Roll call, please.
Cahill,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Okay. Ordinance number 5, please.
Ordinance 15127 to amend the official zoning map for 707 East Lynn Street and 205 South 8th Avenue. First reading.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Clayton. Enlighten us.
Clayton Ender, Assistant Director, Housing Community Development. This is a rezoning application from Marshalltown Company. They are seeking to rezone the two noted parcels for the purpose of constructing off-street parking facilities, a parking lot, to support their facility expansions on the east side of South 8th Avenue. The council's previously seen several other rezonings over the past about year and a half associated with this. This is just a continuation of their project. The property is shown on the current adopted comprehensive plan as low-density residential. However, the draft plan, which is up for discussion later on the agenda, does identify it as industrial. So should the revised comprehensive plan be adopted, it would be consistent with our long-term plan for growth in the area. The ordinance does include conditions on restricting certain uses from the parcels. Those are the heavier industrial type uses, because we wanted to separate those further from residential uses. The owner has agreed to those conditions in writing already, and that's consistent with your past approvals as well. Planning and Zoning Commission has reviewed this and has recommended approval. Happy to go into further detail or answer questions if needed.
We have any questions up here?
Your Honor, I have a question for Clayton. Clayton, is the construction of the parking lot at the cost of the business?
Yes, there's no public money,
Okay.
or at least no city money, I should say.
And I know that in the past, they have had, I think on the west side of the building, some drainage problems. So I assume they'll take care of that too, so it doesn't happen on the east side of the building.
Yeah, that's certainly being addressed already. They're doing roadway improvements and drainage improvements on the site.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Clayton. Any questions or comments from the public? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
Okay, that passed. Now we're going to ordinance number 6.
Ordinance 15128, amending the Code of Ordinances of the City of Marshalltown, Iowa by repealing and replacing Section 50.027B, collection vehicles. First reading.
Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
Yes, Your Honor. So this amendment would allow licensed garbage and refuse haulers to use pickup trucks or other non-compacting vehicles for scheduled routine collection, while requiring that each licensee use at least one Packer truck and comply with the city's existing vehicle sanitation and containment requirements.
Okay. Any questions or comments up here?
Your Honor.
Yes.
I feel that this is we've talked a lot about garbage in the last couple of years, but I do feel that this is a way to even the playing for our garbage collection folks. It's something that has been done for years, and I don't see any reason to prohibit it now. So I am in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Anyone else up here? Anything from the public? Roll call, please.
Schneider,
No.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay, that completes I, ordinances. Let's move to J, discussion. And the first one is Finance Department review of capital improvement plan and fiscal year budget process changes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Cole O'Donnell, Finance Director. I gotta get my presentation loaded up here. There we go. Here we go. So again, thank you tonight. What I wanted to be able to do is walk you through some of the proposed changes that we have for both the capital improvement plan process and the budget process. What I want to do is be able to present it to you before we get into the processes, so that if you have any questions or concerns, we can take care of those ahead of time. What we did is we started a review. We went through a lean process, which identified some needed changes. What we found was that data entry was too cumbersome, that we also found some other issues with the CIP as far as how it's set up. So we needed to do some changes in format and data entry that are needed. We found that our project budgeting was a little too confusing in the way that we were budgeting with debt service and donations and grants and other things. So we wanted to simplify that so that we could allocate the resources and expenses for projects and be able to better have team members be able to enter in and track those expenditures and those revenues. And then because of some of the changes that we're looking at, we have a revised budget calendar for you to look at tonight as well. So again, we started with a lean process. This involved the finance department, public works, park and rec, and administration. It was led by human resources in response to concerns from departments regarding a burdensome entry of data. When our CIP software Planet moved from Access Database, which is a Microsoft Excel database platform, to a web-based platform, Tyler budgeting codes were added to the Marshalltown Planet portal. I believe the plan was to have Planet to import information directly from Tyler, and then Tyler speaking to Planet as well. This did not occur, and as such, departments were being asked to enter budget numbers twice. So once we entered it into Tyler, they were and the project was approved, they then would have to re-enter it into Planet. With multiple departments and multiple projects, team members became overwhelmed. The lean process identified all of the steps in the current process and looked at ways to improve communication between team members and finance, and to modify steps so that some were eliminated or modified in such a way that it became easier for staff to enter in their numbers. One condition adding pressure to team members is the development and approval of the CIP in the same time as the annual budget. So as we're going through the annual budget, they're also completing the CIP. Finance has moved the CIP development and approval to the fall before the annual process begins. There's some advantages to that that I'll get into later in the presentation. As part of the CIP development, finance team members will take a larger role in that development. Revenues will be entered by finance unless departments have specific revenue sources already identified, such as grants. Projects will be reviewed by finance and changes suggested as needed based upon available resources and funding to keep their balances in the positive. Team members had concerns about Planet software and questions its value. What we found was the software was not the problem, but the utilization of the software was the problem. So what you had with Planet was a lot of CI, a lot of capital improvements, and that Planet was being used to track projects more than to plan projects. So in reviewing the current CIP, it appeared that there was a list of projects, but not really a plan as to how those projects would be funded in the other than the current fiscal year. The extra data from Tyler to Planet was being used more as a way to track the project's expenses again, rather than to plan for the expenses. Planet does allow for additional information to be entered into the accounts for fund balances. You can put in all the revenues and all non-capital expenditures. A beginning balance is entered for the first fiscal year of the plan. Revenues and operational expenses are projected for 5 years based upon the current fiscal year, historical trends, economic conditions, and some other economic factors. As projects are entered, the balances in future years change. We can then predict where shortfalls will occur. With this information, projects can be moved to other years, modified in scope, and or additional revenue resources identified in the now has a plan. So as an example, where are we here? There we go. Hard trying to find the cursor here. There we go. So as an example, what I have here is the sources and use and fund detail for modified road use tax. And again, I've entered the beginning balance for fiscal year 27, but then I put in the projected revenues for road use tax for those 5 years. So one of the ways I looked at it was that the state always predicts an extra $1 per capita per year. What I found over the years is that $1 is very, very conservative. So in this case, I put it at $1.50. It might change to where maybe I need it at $1.25 instead of $1.50, but I put it at $1.50 per capita. Not a lot. But what else is also received into the road use tax fund is we have sale of fixed assets. So at times where we have materials or equipment that has served its useful lifespan, we get rid of it. So we have that there as well. And then we have a state road maintenance contract. So certain state roads that run through the city limits, we have a contract where the DOT pays us to do general maintenance, which basically is, snow removal and cleaning. But we have other sources that might be transferred in. So we transfer some in from our employee benefits fund to take care of the little bit of salaries that are within the road use tax. Then further down, you see we start in with all the different projects going through the different years. And when we get down to the end, we have other uses. So we do pay out some employee benefits, we pay out some salaries, we pay out different operating expenditures, and then transfers out for salaries to the general fund and transfers to the insurance reserves. Now you have all the expenditures and all the revenues and including the projects included in the sheet, and you see that you have an ending balance, and that ending balance carries through to the next year, so on and so forth, all the way down. And what you see is that we start having a declining balance in the road use tax fund. So at some point, what we have to do is we have to look at and we have to say, okay, what are we going to do to make some changes to maintain a certain balance? We're going to have to change some different things in operations, or we're going to have to change some things with capital improvements. But again, we start planning so that we always maintain a certain level of a balance in that fund. We'll be doing that with all the other different funds that are included in funding sources that are included in the capital improvement plan. So that there is the changes for the capital improvement plan, so that we actually have a lot more of the plan and not just CI. Okay. So project budgeting. The practice has been to fund projects for revenue sources. So you have a home fund, usually debt issuances, and then specific grants. When bonds are issued, the practice has been to create a fund for the proceeds. In some cases, large grants awards are also given their own fund. This is what we call the home fund. Other revenues could be allocated to the home fund, such as grants, donations, or capital funds. If balances in another fund became available, projects were shifted from the original home fund to a new home fund. This has led to some confusion and difficulty in tracking project balances. Finances will be creating general project funds. Street projects will be grouped into one fund, as will bridges, sidewalks, parks, recreation, facilities, capital equipment. So what it is, for example, the street projects will be in Fund 301 when we create it. Bridges might be in 302, sidewalks and other things might be in Fund 303. If the project is to be, all allocated revenues will be deposited within the funds and will remain in that funds until completed. If the project is to be funded with $1 million in bond proceeds, for example, and $500,000 in grants, those amounts will be budgeted and received into the fund. Project numbers will be used to provide separate accounting of project revenues and expenses so that we can, again, keep track of those in a different way, which leads to the next slide, which is our better tracking example. We want to be sure that we have accurate accounting of projects, especially if the project is funded with debts and grants. Finances created a workbook that will allow for an easy data entry of revenues and expenditures. Working with the reports and tilers, the team was able to design budget reports that subtotal by revenue source and expenditure categories. So revenue sources, of course, you have use of money and property, so it's interest or something like that, property taxes or other city taxes. You have grants and aid and so on. So we can subtotal by those things within those funds and be able to enter them within the spreadsheet you'll see in a minute. And on the expenditure side, you have your wages and salaries, your employee benefits, your commodities, your contractual services. The summary page of the workbook will provide budget to actual figures as the project progresses, and expenses can be tracked against the allocated revenues to ensure compliance with debt and grant reporting. So again, I provided this as a example within your workbook, but this is the start page. And here you can, anything in the gray can be entered as far as the project title, the fund, the project number, fiscal year started, and the current fiscal year in which the project is being tracked. So if you have a project that starts in fiscal year 28, but is going to be completed in fiscal year 29, you would put in the budget for fiscal year 28, and then when it comes to fiscal year 29, you put the information in for fiscal year 29. The green areas is where we enter the budget. But then when you go to a certain month, then here is where the project title, fund, and project number are carried forward from the summary. So is the fiscal year and current fiscal year. But here is where the departments and finance can enter the revenues received in the month of July and the expenditures expended in the month of July. And again, those then would then carry back to the year to date and then give you a balance based upon what is budgeted versus what has been expended or received. So we're able to track those projects, working with those team members that have the most projects. They've looked at this and they think this is a fairly good idea. So, and we'll close out. So the next sheet becomes the budget calendar. So the CIP is completed in the fall, as I said before. By completing, my experience has always been to complete the CIP before the annual budget. An advantage is completing the CIP is that team members know what projects are approved and can enter those allocations into Tyler appropriately, rather than trying to figure out what's going to be approved during the budget process and then entering it in Tyler, then putting it back into Planet. We will have Planet. It'll be approved separately through a public hearing and a resolution with the city council. Then the departments can then put their those capital projects into the operating budget, knowing that where the revenues are coming from and where the expenditures are going to. Again, it does require a separate public hearing and a separate approval versus having it all done at once. I think it's worthwhile in that you get to have that review separately. So I did, again, put in the budget calendar for you. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at it. I have highlighted certain things within that. A yellow is going to be a council work session. A green highlighted is a public hearing notice and publication requirement. So if you have any input on that, I'll gladly take it here at the end of the presentation. Hopefully, again, you've all had a chance to take a look at it. So what are some of the takeaways? Well, we have a better process for team members. We can budget our capital and operations without duplication of entry, so it becomes easier for them. We're able to track projects through dedicated funds and the workbook. It becomes a plan. So it's better planning for capital improvements. It's a plan rather than a list. Shortfalls can be predicted and avoided while still meeting capital needs and operational needs. And by separating the CIP from the annual budget, transparency is increased. The new funds and project testing provide information that is easier to disseminate and to understand. And so with that, I'll take any questions and comments, constructive criticism that the council has for me.
I do like all of this, especially the transparency, because after doing, I think I've been through 12 budgets, it can get confusing, and a more streamlined, open system of doing it helps a lot, especially on this side of the table.
Yeah, and that's another goal, is not only so that team members have the ability to have more accurate and better information to you. It's to have that information so that you can discuss it. You can give feedback to team members. The public has an opportunity to take a look at it and provide feedback as well.
Anyone have any questions?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any comments from the public? Okay. Moving on to the next discussion item, number 2, is discussion regarding potential annexation of 2342 Odessa Drive. Clayton.
Clayton Ender, Assistant Director, Housing Community Development. Douglas and Michelle Beals purchased 2342 Odessa Drive in July of this year. This is a property currently located outside city limits, but abutting our city limits. They are currently serviced by Marshalltown Waterworks. They have been advised by Marshalltown Waterworks for them to continue receiving service from that utility. They would either need to annex into the city or have city council refuse annexation of their property so they can continue receiving water. Earlier this year, you did consider a request of a larger property along Odessa at the south end. At that time, you did refuse annexation. Based on that past action a few months ago, staff is recommending that you refuse this annexation, as it is only a single home with really no development potential. So we're just seeking direction from council tonight.
Okay. Anything from the council?
You wanted a motion in the affirmative to approve, and then we'll just vote it down?
I believe that's what we did the
Yes.
previous time.
There she is.
Your Honor, I move to proceed with annexation.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Anything from the public?
Doug Beals, 2342 Odessa. I don't know what to say. This seems like a ridiculous
I agree.
thing. All I want's water. Don't want to be annexed into the city. Had to apply to be annexed into the city. I'm asking you to deny that application even though I applied. I'm sure this has something to do with rural water. Don't know that for sure. Guessing that. I'd encourage whoever's in charge of this to look at a different procedure to get water to a house that's had water from the city of Marshalltown for over 30 years. Thank you.
Thank
Your Honor, I have a question for Mr. Beals.
Yes.
Since you just moved into the neighborhood, would you prefer we annex the whole straight into the
I probably
would that make you would that make you well received with your neighbors?
I would probably get some pushback from my neighbors.
Ed wins.
I guarantee the city will get pushback from me if I am annexed in because I want my section of the street to receive all the city services. So, thank you.
I believe this is one of those catch-22s where the water department is making sure that the city has denied you so that they can go ahead and put it in. So,
Your Honor,
yes.
this is a strange situation. A lawyer that has a loss for words? We better make a note of that.
We shall do that, Counselor. Okay, let's have roll call.
Thompson,
No.
Yepes Gomez,
No.
Cahill,
No.
Mitchell,
No.
Nichols,
No.
Schneider,
No.
There you go.
No.
Been denied. Melissa's back.
Melissa's back.
Where'd you go for lunch? Okay, moving on. Number 3 is the Edgewood Industrial Park proposal. I believe we have someone here.
Your Honor, may I say something before we start?
Okay.
I'm going to go on the record and say that this proposal is about a data center. And in the intent and the spirit of the moratorium, that we should not be having this presentation tonight.
Okay.
And I disagree that this should not have been on the agenda. I know that legal is going to say this is about land, but it's about land for a data center. So I just want to go on the record and say, until the moratorium's over, we should not be having this conversation. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, I believe you were in the room when Planning and Zoning explained what the moratorium was and was not.
I haven't even spoke yet. You guys were clapping for me already?
All right.
Well, in defense of that, Your Honor, I know we could have handled this through a resolution and it would have been in effect. But the city administrator chose to reach out to legal. Legal advised a ordinance. So yes, I know what Planning and Zoning says. I know it's not a 4-month moratorium. It has an end date. So whenever it goes into effect, I'm well aware of that. I said the spirit and the intent of what was voted on back in July, the 5-2 motion, I thought sent a message to city staff that the council did not want to have any conversations about data centers.
I don't believe it had any wording like that in it. But that being said,
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jared Olery. I'm the CEO of UR Energy of Marshalltown, Iowa at 3001 Corey Road. I've been in the utility business for more than 30 years. And more importantly, I'm a Marshalltown guy. I was born and raised in this community, and I've had the opportunity to build several successful businesses right here in Marshall County. When the derecho hit Marshalltown 6 years ago, I think you can all remember that, Olery Electric, my business, was in front and center. We help rebuild homes, businesses, and communities alongside our friends and neighbors. This isn't just a place where I do business, it's my home. I have family, lifelong friends, including grandchildren growing up here. So when I look at the future of Marshalltown, I take it personally. I want to see this community grow, create good opportunities, and move forward, but I also want us to do it the right way. That's why I'm excited to introduce Amir with Swarm Systems. Amir's approach is different. They are focused on a smaller, more manageable AI inference data center that can fit into our community like Marshalltown while being thoughtful about our resources, including water, power, infrastructure, jobs, and the long-term impact on our community. I believe Marshalltown has the opportunity to be part of the next generation of technology and energy development, but I also believe we need to do it responsibly, with the community at the table and with people who understand that this is our home. I'm proud to introduce Amir with Swarm Systems and looking forward to seeing what we can accomplish together for Marshalltown and the future of our community. Thank you.
thank you, Jared.
I can bring your presentation up if you want me to.
Yeah, I have a clicker.
And then you can just use the mouse there on the podium. Oh, okay. Heather, can he unplug that HDMI?
You want to unplug it from the nuke and then plug it in. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Amir. I'm here from Swarm Systems, and we have put an offer in to buy 21 acres of city-owned land out in Edgewood Industrial Park. So this is, as Gary mentioned, our intent is to build a data center on that property. Our approach is different, and I'm going to walk you through our approach, kind of the overall approach of the industry as of late, why we believe it's a differentiated one, and why we think it makes sense for Marshalltown. We're going to cover power, electricity rates, noise, a lot of water discussions, not a lot of water use. We'll go through all of it. We have numbers, we have figures. I'm sure you're curious what it's going to look like, where it's going to sit, and we'll go through all of it today. Yeah, I'll just... Yikes. All right. So we are not here asking for approval to build a data center. We are here asking for approval of a land purchase contract to enter into an option to advance due diligence and on power, on land, on environmental, and on civil, so we can understand what the project actually could look like and should look like for Marshalltown. We are not asking for any exemptions to the moratorium. In fact, we support it. I believe the way Marshalltown has gone about the moratorium is one of the more responsible ways I've seen in the country, with a proactive approach to pass an ordinance specific to data centers that makes sense for the areas that apply for its zoning. We are not going to request any property tax abatements now or in the future, and we have not asked, nor will we ask anyone to sign any NDAs as part of our process. If any were signed or were asked to be signed, they were not part of our project. It may be for a different one within Marshalltown or Marshall County. Once the time comes, this project will have to go through the zoning process, the planning and approval process, just like any other project would, regardless of the moratorium. Once it's lifted, there's still going to be planning and zoning in place. We'll have to apply, and we'll have to go, and the project will stand on its own 2 feet, regardless of the purchase option, whether it's entered into or not today. So Swarm focuses on a different kind of data center. We focus on about 25 to 75 megawatts is our sweet spot. The reason why is we focus on places where power infrastructure already exists today. We're not looking to tap high voltage lines and build a gigawatt campus. We're not looking to plow up 1,000 acres of farmland. We're usually looking for under 50 acres of land, largely as setbacks and buffer areas, so we can take advantage of power and headroom that exists today to bring economic benefit to more communities that either can't or don't want to have a hyperscale campus in their backyard. Our team has experience across 3 gigawatts of power infrastructure and a long history of real estate development. So a little bit about the project. Before we get into it, you may have some questions of what is a data center. At the end of the day, it is a concrete building with computers in it. It also has a lot of power going in because it powers the IT systems within the data center, as well as the cooling systems both inside and out. There's several uses of computing, many of which we all use today. It could be Google Maps, it could be YouTube, it could be Facebook, talking about the data center in town. It could be storing your family's pictures. It could be using AI. It could be storing medical records or anything else. Instead of having to carry around a large server yourself everywhere you go, you can carry around one chip on your phone, and the rest of it lives in the cloud or on the internet, and all those things live in a data center somewhere. They've existed since the 60s. They've been around for dozens of years, and they serve our daily lives in and out. So it doesn't create physical objects. There's not a lot of freight. There aren't goods being shipped in and out. All the signals come in through fiber optic cables. They go into the servers and they leave as basically blinking lights on the fiber without many components being shipped in and out. So you're not going to see trucks at nighttime. You're not going to see lots of really any traffic beyond the initial construction period. There's no industrial waste. There's no exhaust. And there's hardly any emissions outside of an emergency. Now, data centers have been getting a bad rap recently because of water, power, noise, and a few other things. And it's not without reason. Data centers haven't always been built the correct way. Data centers have used a lot of water in the past. In fact, up to recently, not all the hyperscalers had committed to closed loop systems. Evaporative technologies have historically been used for whether it's steel mills, coal plants, nuclear facilities, or anything else. It's an efficient way to cool things down. But it doesn't make sense. It might make sense to use water to create power. It doesn't make sense to use it to use power. And so the industry has since shifted, including our company, as a commitment to closed loop systems. It basically operates like a radiator in your car. You fill it up once. It's a combination of propylene glycol and water, about 80% water, 20% propylene glycol, and it circulates for about 10 years in a closed system that doesn't have exposure to ambient air. It doesn't leak, and it doesn't evaporate. You fill it up one time, and it just recirculates inside the chips, back out to a fan. Basically, a fan blows ambient room, air onto it. It cools back down to about 100 degrees and goes back into the chips. As a result, we will end up using, as you'll see on a further slide, about as much water as a handful of homes. We will not be using any on-site generation at this location. That is the noise that you hear at a lot of these data centers. There's a case in point of someone who might have built a power plant without permits in the city of Memphis. And that is when you basically have jet engine turbines running 24/7. It's incredibly loud, incredibly disruptive. And that's what happens when you basically build a power plant to run a data center. Doesn't make sense in a place like this, nor will it happen. A grid-tied data center, those components are relatively quiet. The only noise comes from the fans that blow onto the closed-loop systems, as well as some of the generators in the event of testing or backup generation. There's been a lot of discussion about electricity bills going up, and we'll get to that in a little bit more detail later. But largely that happens when the data centers are built and the power is brought to the data centers. A lot of CapEx is spent to bring that infrastructure out, and utilities have been somewhat in the past reckless to create that burden for the ratepayers. Since the utilities have completely changed their tune, and Alliant is case in point of the best way to do it. They will be the utility provider for this project, just like at many of your homes and businesses. When the data center is brought to the power on infrastructure that exists today, as it does currently at this location, there isn't a need to build all the infrastructure. Those costs aren't amortized by the ratepayers, and any costs that are needed to build out the infrastructure beyond what exists today are borne solely by the data center developer. We'd be posting a financial security for anything that needs to be built to guarantee that even if the project doesn't exist, only we could stand to lose any money versus the utility or any of its ratepayers. So what you may end up seeing in time with the data centers paying for all the infrastructure and maintenance is that the costs may end up coming down in time, but I understand you're going to want to see it before you believe it. That said, Alliant has frozen utility rates through 2029 in this particular instance. So what not to do: evaporative cooling, building power plants in your backyard, or building data centers far from the grid where it takes a lot of dollars and effort to bring the power to the system. We intend to do none of these things in the Edgewood property, in the Edgewood Industrial Park. We're going to have a closed loop system. We're going to be purely grid tied, and we're going to tap into existing headroom where the power has been built and is currently unused. We also intend to build a much smaller product than we've been seeing in the news. A hyperscale campus can range from anywhere from 7 to 15 buildings, often in measured in millions of square feet, covering hundreds, if not more recently, thousands of acres. We're proposing what we would hope to build is a 125,000 square foot single building on 21 acres of land, relatively low density compared to a comparable industrial project on a similar size acreage. It's smaller than your neighborhood Walmart. It's about the size of a Home Depot. Single story, about 35 feet tall, and about not too much bigger than a couple of football fields. You can fit about 20 of these buildings or developments into the size of one hyperscale project. They're simply not the same product. What we are within city limits, we're targeting between 15 and 40 megawatts served directly by Alliant infrastructure. As of now, we have no plans of any additional buildings of the land, and we'd be very happy with this in this single project, as we're going to show it to you today, which provides substantial buffers for adjacent uses. I'll show it to you on a few slides. Yeah, we'll go all the way down from a high level to a specific one. This is not the hyperscale proposal that you may have seen on the news or in other reporting in the last few weeks. This is simply a 21-acre proposed project for a single building. The parties are not related and not affiliated at this time. So let's talk water. Water is largely the most controversial issue with data centers. If you look at the top, on the top right, a steel mill uses a tremendous amount of water, about 10 million gallons a day. That is not uncommon for things you see in the last century for major heavy industrial uses. Now, data centers, when they first came around, a big data center was maybe 10 megawatts, 15 megawatts. Not too different than what we're proposing today. It didn't use too much water to use an evaporative technology to have a much more efficient power to IT conversion. You get more compute for every megawatt that you draw from the grid. It made sense until the data centers got so big. If you extrapolate the same evaporative technologies over a 1 gigawatt campus, it will use about 2.8 billion gallons a year. That's unreasonable. And there's a reason the industry has moved away from it. Those will never get done in Iowa, and it's not a technology we even consider. We also show an ethanol plant for comparison, and then that last bar, that's 7.6 million gallons, that's the entire green down below combined. And so we kind of break that out because we had to show it in scale, otherwise it wouldn't quite even show up compared to the evaporative technologies. But we show about 5 million gallons for 100 homes, one sit-down restaurant being about 2 million gallons. This is an annual number. And us at under 500,000 gallons a year. So for comparison, it's about 10 homes, if not less, including our annual fill, which is really one time, and it'll recirculate in that radiator for 10 years straight. So we'll be actually a little bit closer to 250,000 gallons per year once we build it on year one. It'll be one of the, if not the least water consuming uses on the same acreage of land that you could possibly build. If you build an office building, a retail center, a residential facility, or even single family homes on the same acreage, you will likely build more than 5 to 10 homes on 21 acres, and you will likely use more water. So if there is a hard cap set in the ordinance of the amount of gallons we're able to use each year, we're happy to comply with it. We will likely have an easier time complying with a water cap than just about any use in all of Marshalltown. Let's talk noise. Data centers can be very loud if you build a power plant. The on-site gas turbines, and let's be clear, decibels effectively double every time you add 10 decibels to the number. So an 80 to 120 decibel on-site gas turbine plant, that is basically a rock concert. So again, not something we're proposing here, but often when you hear these horror stories or you see things on social media, a lot of times it is a gas plant that is being built. Turbines have that hum noise that is notorious. That's not usually coming from the actual components used to cool a high efficiency AI oriented data center. We show a vacuum cleaner in normal conversation. My voice right now through these speakers is probably closer to 80. My voice without the microphone is probably closer to 60. And we're going to be in the 40 to 50 range. So we took a decibel meter, a calibrated one, and we went out to the edges, the western edges of this property that we're proposing, and we'll get into the details later. And we measured all along the property line, and it's right around 50 today, coming from JBS and adjacent uses. So we don't anticipate being any louder than what's already out there today. We'll also, with these numbers, be able to comply with the existing general industrial zoning limits. You will not need to make the audio, the acoustical limits any more permissive for a data center than they already are for industrial use. And the generators that are on site only operate during daytime for testing, about half an hour per month. So about 6 hours out of the year, they're operating, and they never operate at night. And the only time they all come on is in the event of an actual grid outage, where I imagine many of you would also turn on your generators to get through the night. A light wind through the trees is 40 decibels. That's literally the wind, the leaves rustling in the wind. So it's hard to understand these numbers, but I recommend all of you get a decibel meter, download one on your phone, hold it up to your refrigerator, hold it up to your dishwasher, hold it up to your barking dog, and you'll get a good understanding. Or go over to the property and see how loud it is today and recognize that we don't intend to raise the noise from what it is today. And in fact, we can't, because the ordinance would not let us. We would not be able to get our permits without acoustical modeling that independently verifies that we will not break those acoustical limits. And if we do, the city will have police powers to enforce it. If we cannot adhere to those limits, we won't get a permit. Also, not something we're applying for today, but once the ordinance is in place, that's what we're looking to do. Data centers are very expensive. As a result, they're worth a lot of money. That creates an opportunity for property taxes. For a long time, data centers would come in and ask for property tax abatements, incentives, and cuts. We are coming on the record and saying we will not ask for any property tax abatements, any property tax cuts, no pilots, no side deals. For the full freight of what will be assessed on our real property, that will be paid to the city, the county, and the schools. We estimate that'll be about $3 million a year, broken down as you see on the right, and that is an annual figure. The data centers do bring high-paying, quality jobs. We estimate this facility, with one building, bring 50 to 60 permanent positions to Marshalltown. Now, what's really important here is that those actually become Marshalltown jobs. It doesn't make any sense for me to tell you the new jobs and then ship people in to fill them. So we're going to make sure to create training programs and dedicated data center technician routes with local community colleges, Iowa Valley Community College, and Marshalltown Community College, to make sure that a number of those positions on this building, and hopefully future projects as well by others or ourselves, are being taken by those who live here, work here, and pay taxes here, creating more becoming an economic engine for Marshalltown. About 300 to 400 job years in the way of construction jobs. Where that can be useful is if the developer makes a point to use local labor, local equipment rentals, local vendors, local dirt haulers, local everybody, all the way down to the coffee beans and the trailers and the facility, to local restaurants catering meals every month for the crew. The more we're able to tailor to the city and to its needs, the more that will mean for everyone who's involved. Let's talk about where the project's going to be, where we intend to build the project and where we have placed an offer to purchase. This is on the northern side of town, off of Edgewood Street, near 8th Avenue, in what is known as the Edgewood Industrial Park extension. So our offer is for 4 parcels comprising about 21 acres of land currently zoned general industrial, intended and built by the city, graded, serviced, with utilities brought in for an industrial user to come in and build an industrial project. That's what we intend to do. Our adjacent uses to the southeast is the JBS plant. To the northeast is the compost facility. To the north is Riverview Park. And to the west and to the south, to an extent, is residential. Now, that's the critical component. We have to be careful in designing this project to make sure that it does not impact our neighbors, so we can be a good neighbor into the community. Otherwise, we'll never be welcome back to build another project, or nor will another community let us in. And this is how we think we've designed a project that makes sense for this location. We're looking to purchase 21 acres, despite only looking to build a building that is just about less than 3, because this is how we want to do it in a very minimally, if not no impact way. This is our proposed concept plan. Of course, we have not yet secured site control, and therefore we have not released all of our due diligence efforts to get our geotechnical analysis, phase 1 environmental survey assessments, and surveys and everything else. But we have come up with this concept plan. The intent is to create as much of a buffer as maximally possible from the western side of the property to what is the residential uses on that side, and also to the residential uses on the southeast side. So I'll use this screen if you guys can point here. So this setback, it's not quite a setback, but we've actually pushed the building back about 700 feet from the western edge. We're looking to line the northern, western, and southern limits with a tree line as well as a full campus perimeter fence for security, but also as a visual barrier and aesthetically pleasing one. We'll have an entrance to the north, a secure one with 24/7 security and a kiosk. This is our campus entrance, our building entrance with parking, and 2 to 3 dock-high doors on the south side. All of the components that make any noise at all. The building itself is silent. It's a concrete building, and the components inside the building, because they're liquid cooled, again, from that radiator, it's nearly silent on the inside of the building, and so no noise comes from the building out. All the components that make noise are placed on the opposite side of the building, on the east side, so the building itself, which is 175 by 714 feet, serves as a full-length buffer for any noise before it can hit the west side of the property or any of our neighbors to the south. These are the backup generation systems. They're going to be diesel double-walled containerized solutions with the quiet kits within them. And then we have our free cooling farm on the right side. Those are free cooling systems basically blowing ambient air, and those will also be equipped with quiet kits that allow for a lower decibel limit from the source. We intend to build a screen wall, a wing wall coming off of the building, extending to a point to where it will catch any line of sight from the chiller farm to the southern side of the buildings, allowing us to maintain the required ordinance limits for noise at any residential property. We are going to be able to comply with the industrial limits on the north and to the east, and we will screen all mechanical components as is currently required by the ordinance, and we'd love to get the city's input on how to do that. We could put more trees. We can put some sort of wall with some decorative artistic solutions that the community can vote on, maybe from a local artist. We can put other components, and there's different ways where we can use some of this filler space here to beautify the public right away. There's numerous ways to use this extra land and to find a way to bring the community into this project. Kind of touched this, but the reason this is the layout is we've made sure that any noise leaving those systems, which are kind of the loudest component, are going to be blocked by either the building or the wing wall to the south before they travel an additional 500 to 700 feet before any residential property lines. Anything that isn't going to be buffered by those points will have to travel well over 1,000 feet before it gets to any residential property, being, again, well below the required limits. It basically won't be any louder than it is today. And I mentioned the quiet kits eliminate that hum noise that some people just don't want to spend the money to do. It does cost substantially more, but it is the only option as we see it in a location like this. Some 3D views just showing kind of the scale and bulk of the building. You can kind of see the shadows hiding the generators into the rear and showing the parking along the building and the docks and the substantial kind of green space and setbacks on the far side. So anything that resembles an industrial use will be on the east. Anything that is effectively a buffer will be on the west. This is another view from the opposite angle. Some profiles that we put together showing the secure fencing. This is obviously a concept. What we would need to do is get city and community feedback on what they would want a building like this to look like. What colors do you want to see? What designs do you want to see? How do you want this to look and feel in the neighborhood? Do you want it to be invisible? Do you want it to stand out? And we have presented something that we think is the best way to kind of have it blend in, which is use native colors, patterns, textures to essentially try to kind of hide the building within the existing landscape, which has some browns and greens to blend into. This is effectively what the view would be from the east on 8th Avenue, looking west over what would be 8-foot kind of mechanical screen wall that's kind of designed to camouflage it. The building kind of peeking out to the north. Again, it's a 35-foot tall building. It is not 2-story. It is not going to tower over anything. It'll be much less impactful than a lot of the industrial uses that are already out there in the way that it kind of looks and feels. This is a simulation of what the view would be from Riverview Park to the north. It's about 1,000 feet across the pond. And this is a view looking south with the kind of yard to the right, the building head on with the jewel box, and the equipment yard to the west. They'd be effectively silent from this distance. This is the view from the west looking east. So from the adjacent properties across the stormwater parcel, it's about 135 feet to where we can plant our trees. This is what it would probably look like on day one when we can plant the trees in. And of course, with some time, they will grow and the project will effectively be hidden from view. So it won't sound any different than it does today. It'll effectively look the same because instead of corn, you'll have some beautiful trees there. And we believe it'll have essentially no impact to the neighbors. But you may not like that concrete building. You may not think it looks that good in those visuals. But what if I told you a data center could be beautiful? We intend to build something that you would be proud to have here. Something that has a glass jewel box with some details, drought-tolerant landscaping, again, to minimize our water usage, downward-facing lights that do not light up the sky. Those examples that you've seen are people running construction crews 24/7 with flood lamps. That will not happen here. Construction will only happen during daytime hours. And any lights will have to have a cutoff to make sure that there's no spillover into any neighboring uses or properties. This property will have 24/7 security. It'll have man traps. It'll have biometric scanning. It'll have all the kind of requirements that you would want as an enterprise, trusting this property and this project and this location with your prize data. It'll effectively be it'll have kind of all the security components that a hyperscale project would, but without the same kind of scope, scale, or impact. So the only way this project gets built is if you believe we're going to be a good neighbor. We've heard a few things. We did some research on our own, but we think there's a few things that we could do to help be a good neighbor. The Riverview Park to the north seems like a good inspiration. It'd be a great place for us to contribute to Parks and Rec, whether it's through some sort of annual contribution or an ongoing sponsorship program, whether it's that park or a different park, to help give Marshalltown's children a place to play and other places that can beautify the city. I've been watching enough of these meetings to know that this darn bridge has been a thing of discussion for some time. We'd love to help get it off the agenda. And there's other things. We've been in the community for the last week or so. You might have seen us at Grounded or other places having lots of meetings and trying to understand what makes Marshalltown tick and what can Marshalltown use as a partner to go into this era should you choose to do so. We've heard about these training programs at Iowa Valley Community College, including Marshalltown Community College, where we might be able to create a dedicated career track, much like Fisher, Lennox, and the others do. That could be something that could provide jobs within Marshalltown if you don't want to leave the county, or if you want to go somewhere else and work in a data center where this is one of the most in-demand jobs in the world with an incredibly small supply. There's the Junior Achievement Society, there's House of Compassion, Marshalltown Youth Foundation, Trails Inc., Marshalltown County Conservation, and many others that we've been discussing with those in the community. And as we spend more time the next several months with all of you, we'd like to understand what's important, how we can help, and how we can be not just a neighbor and not just a developer, but a real partner and a real member of the community to integrate ourselves, much like the pillars of this community have done, albeit in a smaller way at first. But we genuinely want to find a way to better the lives of those who help this project come to reality. We're making these commitments right now with no project. We don't have land control. We can't secure power without it, although we've done substantial diligence on all of these fronts. We're asking for an opportunity to go forth, to advance our efforts, to further our diligence, advance the prospects of securing power, fiber, talent, and everything else we've discussed today. So we're coming out. Everyone in this room and everyone watching now has more information than anyone else, effectively as much as me, on this project. We're coming out and we're not asking for any property tax abatements. We're talking to you about our water commitments to using closed loop systems, which will be hopefully enforced through the ordinance. It's a grid tied project where we're going to pay our own way. We're not going to move forward anything on the power front that could risk rates going up. And by the way, on that, I encourage everybody here to go home and Google the difference between MISO, M-I-S-O, and PJM. Those are effectively the regional operators that handle your grid versus those of 13 states on the Northeast and parts of the Midwest. The way they buy power has made a massive difference in whose rates have gone up as a result of the increasing demand, not just because of data centers, because of electrification of our society, and those who haven't. In fact, parts of the MISO territory, which covers Minnesota, Iowa, and others, have seen some rates come down as a result of that demand. The way the power is purchased, the way the power is used, and the way the power usage is secured makes a massive difference in how it ultimately trickles down to the average ratepayer. Almost all of the stories you hear of rates going up, go back and find those stories and look it up, and almost always you'll find that it's in PJM, which does not serve this territory. We're obviously going to adhere to the ordinance standards. We cannot pull permits. We cannot get approval for a project without doing so. All we're asking for today is the opportunity to be able to go to bat and adhere to whatever standards you set when you do so. Again, we support the moratorium. We think it's being done responsibly. We think it's proactive, and we think it's the right way forward for Marshalltown. We'll never ask you to sign an NDA, and we'll keep the public apprised, effectively building in public like we've already done to this point. So you can ask us questions. We can share data with those who are putting together planning and zoning. We can effectively do this together. All we have put forth of you today is a request to approve our purchase contract for the 4 acres comprising 21 acres. Does not affect the moratorium. Does not affect our requirement to comply with the moratorium. Does not affect our requirement to comply with zoning once it is put in place. If the moratorium continues, we can't do anything. If the zoning ultimately prohibits the project because of onerous requirements, the project will not get built. All we would like to do is spend our own money at our own risk to advance the prospect of this project and put it out in front of all of you for public comment display and effectively kind of co-building it so we can try to build a project that works for everybody. Being able to secure the contract on the land allows us to do everything else that we haven't done yet. These things in combination cost substantial amounts of money, which we simply can't release on a project that we cannot control. This project will not get built now, in a month, or even anytime this year. Our prospects at best case scenario is to break ground in Q2 and hopes for end of 2028 in service. Marshalltown has all the right ingredients to take advantage of the fourth industrial revolution, which is coming in the form of digital infrastructure. It has power, it's getting a lot more of it, it's got great fiber, and most importantly, it's got incredible people. Marshalltown has been the backbone of companies that build things for a long time. We think it is poised, if it is strategic, to become a pillar and eventually a juggernaut within the AI infrastructure era, which is only just beginning. But it should do it the way it sees appropriate. So I'd like to make a few comments, not specific to this project, but really just for all of you. I know people aren't a big fan of these projects. I know everyone's kind of tired of hearing of them. I know we have inflation and everything costs more than it did 3 years ago. Everyone's working as hard as they can with less room to breathe at the end of the month. And every headline says AI is going to change the world and no one is going to ask your permission for that to happen. So it starts to feel like the future isn't a choice you get to make, but that it's something that happens to you. And when something that big happens that fast and is so far out of your control, there's really only one lever left to pull, and it's the word no. It's not fear, and it's not backwardness. When you can't tell who's telling the truth, no is the only safe answer, and I get it. There's plenty of towns who have been right to use it, and if everything I knew about this industry was what I heard on the internet this summer, I'd reach for the same lever. It can be frightening at times. But you know your history far more than I do, and I really enjoyed learning about it. And it tells a different story. In 1880, William Fisher stood at the waterworks during a fire, holding his city's water pressure steady with his own hands. Then he built a machine so no one ever has to do that again. 10 years later, this town makes a trowel so good, they ask, when masons and archaeologists want a trowel, they don't ask for a trowel, they ask for a Marshalltown. 5 years after that, Dave Lennox builds a better furnace a few blocks from here. So 3 times over, the future didn't arrive here finished. Someone in this town built it. And the world came asking for it by name. The most recent chapter isn't history at all. 23 minutes a tornado came through downtown in 2018, and this town chose to rebuild. A lot of the people who did that are sitting in this room. There's a fourth industrial revolution upon us. In this one, it's concrete, copper, and megawatts. It's going to be built somewhere. The very large campuses that are in the headlines are a real shape of this revolution. But they're not the only shape. The choice isn't 1,000 acres or nothing at all. That's the part I don't think anyone has been telling you. Because something quieter is emerging, and tonight it's on your doorstep. American companies like manufacturers, hospitals, insurance companies, banks, and others, they want their own data to use AI on their own hardware in a building that they can drive to in a town they can name. That work has to be built somewhere, and it needs 3 things: power, fiber, and people who can run complicated machinery, the third of which Marshalltown has had for the last 140 years in spades. We also have a 21 acres that has been graded and serviced after the storm for exactly this purpose. So this is what tonight actually is. Nothing gets built tonight, this month, or this year. Your moratorium stands and we support it. And we'll come through the front door like anybody else. Tonight is a vote to sell 21 acres you already set aside for industry. Tonight isn't the end of us proving, it's just the beginning. Months of open meetings will follow, our plans built alongside yours. And if it works, we'd like to be the reason the next one comes here too. The reason that kid graduating from Marshalltown High can work on our generation's most critical infrastructure without leaving the county to do it. You can say no to this version of the future. You can say no to the version of the future that you don't want to see, but still say yes to your share of it. Those are not the same question. The future is coming at all of us very fast, but there is another way to build it, a smaller, more organic way, a way where the values stay closer to the ground and more towns and more people get to win, not just the same people who've been winning all along. We believe in that version, and we'd like to help prove that to Marshalltown. Marshalltown made the pump, Governor. It made the trowel. It made the furnace. And every single time, the world came here to buy it. The next age will be built somewhere by somebody on somebody's terms. We say, let it be built here on your terms. The town that makes things chooses what it makes next. And it would be an honor for us to help you make it. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. Okay, we can't have clapping. That's bad. Amir, I have a question for you. When you're talking 55 to 60 jobs, something in there, the average wage, what are you talking?
We estimate about $113,000 on average. Some will be lower for like janitorial and
Yeah.
security, but the highest end will be much closer to 200,000. That's for like a network
100
engineer.
Over $100,000?
That's the average. The high end is closer to the 170 to 200 range.
Right. So your kid might be able to go through the college out here, get trained up and get hired there.
In fact, we'll pay him to do it. These jobs are in such incredible demand shortage, or supply shortage rather, that you can take the same baseline vocational training you've gotten at construction, in a factory, for mechanical, electrical, plumbing. You can layer on a very specific training regimen of if this, then that, if this goes out, or preventative maintenance, and service this new generation of specialty technology. And yeah, the pay is fantastic. And the job training programs will be paid for by us, by the hyperscalers, by others who would like to see these be local jobs. It's the only way it makes sense.
I know that I saw some figures, it wasn't on here tonight, about the taxes that you'll pay and the effect on the local schools. And you had a number of per student.
It was, about $250 per student per year. So this project alone, we anticipate providing $1.35 million a year to the Marshalltown school schools. That is an annual figure. And so what that will help avoid is if the schools want to build a new building, if they want to create a new program, they want to refurbish the athletic programs, they're not going to have to come to all of you and raise property taxes. You're going to have a new source of property tax from a project like ours.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes.
There we go. Technology. Can you give us some examples of centers that you've already built and their success rate?
Sure. So you may be able to speak to this, but I worked on a project in northern Illinois in a city called Elk Grove Village. That is a 270 megawatt project. Now, my background comes from the hyperscale world, which is why I'm able to navigate kind of the same level of institutional quality for these types of buildings at the smaller scale. These aren't Bitcoin. These aren't little containerized things. You kind of saw what we're going after. That project is now up on buildings kind of 2 and 3 coming out of the ground. and I spent a lot of time kind of getting the campus laid out and for building 1, which is, you can kind of Google it. It's on the north side of town. So what it does is, granted, in the earlier wave of data centers, a lot of these properties asked for abatements. And a lot of the kind of meccas of data centers, which is like Northern Virginia, Chicago, Phoenix, Dallas, they kind of had that trade-off. But here, if you're coming and saying, well, we don't want you here, this is actually an amazing time to have a data center show up, because the industry has evolved and matured to where we're not using these harmful evaporative technologies. So you have these basically quieter, almost zero water systems, but the demand supply is so out of whack that we're coming here saying the rents basically have gone up and we can afford to ask for zero property tax payments, which is the right way to do it, because otherwise we have to then come and say, now we want a tax break. And so that is our kind of MO, is we only try to find projects where that can be our baseline.
Well, I have a lot of questions, but some of them can't be answered tonight. But another one is, can you elaborate on, give us some details on what happened in Marshfield, Missouri?
Oh, yeah, I'd be happy to. So I was working on a project there specifically where we were looking to advance a second project. We had it under basically LOI exclusivity, and the seller chose to close the land to somebody else. Now, you see what we're doing here today without even site control. We are basically putting our entire project almost open source for everybody to see, so you can trust us as a partner in your community. Now, this is the same process we intended to pursue in Marshfield previously, and it's the same one we still intend to pursue. But they're going through their own moratorium at the time, and for good reason. So the other party who ended up purchasing that land in place of us, despite our legal contract, just went ahead and graded the site. They didn't ask for permits. They didn't do anything like this. They just rolled dozers and graded the site. So, and I've gone on record as saying this, that community was wronged. They, of course, were upset. There's a big outcry. There is moratoriums put in place, and for good reason. That kind of behavior is what makes this industry look bad. And so we wanted to pause to let the cities and counties out there work through their moratoriums, establish ordinances that made sense. The project that we still site control out there for is intensive industrial type of zone project. And we think it's going to be similar to this, where it's a much smaller project. So it's less than half the power, and therefore kind of size and jobs and everything else. So it doesn't quite compare to this one. This is a much larger opportunity for Marshalltown. But that's the honest truth, is we didn't get a chance to do this, and because of their behavior, the other party, we didn't feel it was an appropriate time to do so. So we're waiting for the right moment.
Why does your proposal statement say that you don't have any NDAs or any closed door policies?
Why does the proposal say that?
When in fact that you and John Hall had sent out private invitations for one-on-one question and answering, which is, in my book, totally wrong, because it gives either side, me or you, the opportunity to ask the question, and then we get in public, we say, no, we never said that. So how can we trust you now saying what you did with what's happened here in the last few days?
Well, those emails are obviously all FOIable, and I'm sure they already are. You can look at those emails and what we put on the record in the emails, and every meeting that we requested was after we already planned on being here and having this presentation. The information in this presentation is much more robust than anything we're able to kind of verbally explain to anyone who's willing to hear and not answer any questions. The intent is to have those who are willing to be an audience for it ask questions like you'd ask that you may not have time to ask today. And maybe questions you just don't want to ask today. Maybe it's I don't know what a server does, right? And so it's to give that opportunity. It's not to cut a backroom deal. It's not to do anything like that. It's just to create an opportunity to be an audience, knowing that we were already coming out here to speak to the people.
Mark, We need to let somebody else have a question. Does anyone?
Or later then.
Your Honor, I've just got two questions for Amir. So good to see you again.
You as well.
So what's your background is my first question.
I started my career in commercial real estate finance. I worked on construction and bridge loans, originally on REITs and private equity portfolio deals. So I worked on a $23.8 billion acquisition of the GE Capital portfolio with Blackstone and Wells Fargo. And then I transitioned to infrastructure construction, where I worked on bridges, highways, and roads in California, which is where I'm originally from. And then transitioned to real estate development, doing residential and commercial development. And then transitioned then to data center development on the hyperscale side, largely because of the complexities at the intersection of power, finance, and development.
And then my other question is, while you're here, have you found a residential site that you're going to build your home on and you're going to move here? Because
I'm obsessed.
This speech you made, it sounds like
I'm obsessed.
You're moving here, and so
I'd love to.
Your family, you have already communicated with them that you're moving here.
I'm canceling my flight back. It's no, truly. I do this for a living. I fly around all over the country. There's almost no data centers being built on the coast because it's very hard to do business in those states, and there's not much power left. And so I think I've been to 15 states. This would be my first Iowa project, though there's now several that we're discussing. I did not ever imagine I would like fall in love with the state so quickly. It's been very fun. I brought my dog out here. We have like a 10-acre ranch that we're staying on. It's just like incredible. I mean, we're usually cooked up in an apartment. So no, it's been fantastic. The people are incredible too.
Anyone else have any questions? Or are we going back to Mark?
I just have a general comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So Amir,
Yes, sir.
it's nothing against you or anything like that, but I was against you presenting.
Understood.
Part of the reason was because you talk about a land contract,
Yes, sir.
and the city's position has been that we don't share that because it's financially harmful for us. But
Okay.
yet you get to share your perspective on it. And I see your presentation, and there's some things that I feel like are inaccurate with the land contract, but I can't say anything.
I'm happy to answer those today.
But I legally can't challenge them. So that's
Can
my
I
issue
can
with
I
you
anticipate
presenting.
a few of them and discuss
Go for
them?
it.
Great. We have a very kind of like call it boilerplate Iowa like land contract. I would imagine that within that portion of it, there's not much of controversy. We also tacked on an addendum to it to specify unique kind of components of this project because, well, we can't go ahead and just close because we have to advance our diligence, and then we have to wait for the moratorium to take its time, do its thing, and then once it is lifted or not, if it doesn't get lifted, well then, too bad, so sad, right? But if it is, and then an ordinance emerges out of it, well, we have the opportunity to review that ordinance and decide at our discretion, well, can we build the project we intend to build here? Is this investment worth it? Not only the land purchase, but one thing I didn't cover here, this project, if we are able to deliver, is a $345 million investment. And so for us to go ahead and follow through with that, largely that is almost all like the mechanical components and everything else. We have to understand that it makes sense. So we are able to look at the ordinance and decide either, yes, we're going to go ahead and close, or we're going to pull out. The setbacks are too onerous. We aren't able to adhere to the acoustics. Like let's say you tighten the requirements much more than existing industrial. That would hurt the project. Outside of those two things, I think we'll comply just fine, but we have to protect ourselves in that sense. It also tolls the moratorium. So if you extend the moratorium another year from the several months that, like the few months that it's intended, well, then the contract tolls as well for us to kind of be in the seat, again, working alongside you, sharing data and being an opportunity to step into the role and close should it all work out later. Those are kind of the main components. It gives us absolutely no say-so on the ordinance you write. It gives us no say-so on the moratorium, which again, we support. And it gives us no special treatment aside from anyone else who might have gone and secured private land from adhering to the moratorium and whatever ordinance you guys come up with when that happens. The only difference here is you own the land versus maybe someone in this room or someone else in the county, to where we can kind of sit by a little bit more quietly. Instead, I think it's a blessing, and to be honest, it's maybe a great way to go about these projects. Is just show our intent from day one and decide if it makes sense or not.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I feel like you want to be transparent, so you don't really have an issue discussing the land contract in public, right?
Not at all. I'm happy to do it in open session.
Okay.
Okay, anybody else have questions, or are we back to Mark?
I think I'll let the public ask the questions.
Okay.
We're going to be launching a website. It'll probably be later this week, and I'm happy to put something maybe out to, I don't know if someone has a Facebook account, but it will be marshalltowndatacenter.com, but it is not live yet. But if you have any specific questions you'd like addressed on that weren't addressed here, happy to take your questions and make sure that's incorporated in there. It'll be like an FAQ.
We need to have people come up to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
State my name again. Sherry Larson, Marshall County. Who will be
Please speak into the microphone.
who will be buying the product that this data center is selling? And how far away?
Question is, who's our end user, right? So we do not have an end user for this project, and of course, how could we? Don't even have site control. But ultimately, our end users are not the big hyperscale clouds. We are kind of too small for them. They only want like gigawatt or something like that, and so we focus on, if you will, you've heard the Mag 7. We focus on the S&P 493. Everyone else who's not a giant cloud. So think Principal as insurance. Think U.S. Bank. Think JP Morgan Chase, think Pfizer, think any large company that is, that has a lot of employees, for example, they're now going to have a lot of compute needs, whether it's storage, data, CPUs, and more recently, GPUs. They don't want necessarily to give all of their data to Anthropic and OpenAI. They don't necessarily want to give all of their data to Amazon. They want to control their own destiny in a lot of ways, and they want to do it on NVIDIA reference architecture systems, which is what we build on, and they want to do it on their own hardware that they own. So they're not being metered on like a pay-as-you-go system. You might have heard of paying for tokens on an API key. Like the costs, if you go to swarmsystems.com, you'll kind of have a little like a animated intro, and it kind of shows this exponential chart going up of if you're paying as you go on those systems. And so really any of those companies, they've kind of are knocking down the door to land there, because they can go buy the chips from NVIDIA, but they have nowhere to plug them in. You need liquid cooling systems. You need redundant backup generation. You need power that's on today at the density that's required to plug into those systems. And the only place those exist is a data center. And all the data centers, for the most part, a lot of them that are being built today are being built by or for kind of the big hyperscalers, which is like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Anthropic, OpenAI, and Oracle. And we service everybody else.
So some of those companies could be Emerson, Lennox,
absolutely,
Marshalltown Company, because there is a thing about even though it's fiber optics, that even the robotics that these places are using and the machine operations that they have to have quick use of centers like you're talking in order for some of that to work efficiently.
That's
to
right.
be able to go, which then helps our companies grow.
That's right. And also we'll be building in fiber redundancy systems. So like we have to build into the site at 2 different locations, and likely we'll need higher speeds than what exists today. Those upgrades happen at our cost. What you have if you kind of track it, where you have the higher speed fibers going from 100 gigs to 400, eventually like 1.6 terabits, those fiber connections service the highest kind of technology type companies. You might have a robotics company move here because they can get that ultra high speed fiber, even separate from our data center, just because we overbuilt right? For redundancy for our customers and for everybody else. Some of they might move into the Edgewood Industrial Park.
I didn't realize that till today.
Yeah.
That, you know, if you're using a data center in South Dakota, a lot of your stuff won't work, but if you're parked right next to it, all the newer advanced manufacturing it really upgrades what you can do.
Yeah, this is why, you know, if you build it in the middle of nowhere, it's a lot of places, a lot of companies are asking, well, what happens in 20 years when I need ultra high, low latency systems? And that's why they'll come somewhere like Marshalltown. They'll put their servers in a data center in Marshalltown because they'll know that building will have value, you know, call it 15 to 40 megawatts plug into a, you know, a rectangular building that can be repurposed, and that can really always be a data center for an enterprise. Whether you're bearish on AI and you think the big data centers the efficiencies will not keep up with it, will outpace the demand, then maybe the big ones will come down to this space. And then maybe the demand will keep going, which is what I believe. Then companies that either don't exist today or are very small today will end up being potential tenants for this type of data center.
Okay, we have another question or a comment.
Tim Bradbury, 12 North 10th Avenue. Two questions. Seeing it's going to be close to the neighborhood and you're going to have blowers or fans, whatever, and we have good winters at times, will that affect the neighborhood with the winter conditions? Will it cause more snow effects, more problems with winterizing and neighbors getting more drenched with snow? And then the other question is, I just got to get it answered whether it's true or not. Was this area already known about in advance of you wanting an area like that to build upon, that's why the road and the area was built like it is, that the money that was spent over there, was that with you guys in mind?
The second question first, no. I learned about this area in the last few months. So I mean, unless you guys can read minds, I don't think so. To answer the first question, which is a very good one, the Iowa weather is actually rather perfect for a data center because you don't get that Texas super humid 114 degree kind of summer, and so we never actually have to crank on the. Or am I wrong? Okay. Oh, okay. Is it as humid? I guess the corn.
We don't get it quite as long, but it still comes.
Fair enough. It's not as bad as Texas, though, right?
It is. No.
It's a dry.
No, it's not as bad as Texas.
Texas is brutal, guys. Anyways, well, it's not. It's considered in for data center climates a little bit more mild, and so we don't need to use kind of the compressor systems that, like, when you turn on your condenser in your backyard and you hear that boing when it turns on, that's the compressor, and the actual fan is just a fan. And when we use the quiet kits, they have these serrated blades that are kind of like owl wings, and they don't make the same kind of like humming noises. And so we're able to use those in lieu of those compressor systems because of the relatively milder summers. Regarding the winter question, what all that does is because the temperature is simply colder, we don't need to blow as much air. Like blowing 20-degree air on a hot pipe versus blowing 95-degree air on a hot pipe, you don't need to blow as much of it because just ambiently it's cooling. And so our fans go from, like, call it 85% speed to like 25% because the pipe just being exposed, going outside the system, then coming back in. It does a lot of the work for us. And so the fans will just simply be quieter and they'll be less active. They'll be using less energy. The system is just much more efficient.
Will it create a more snow effect for that neighborhood?
So we will study all of that in what's called a CFD analysis. And it's kind of like a fluid dynamic system that they use for air. And so we'll study that to see how our generators, maybe I'll go back to the site. You'll see those kind of horizontal gray marks. Those are our generators. The wind here, the prevailing wind is largely from, in this case, the south, and in some cases the north, but we need to make sure it's not going to blow from the generators to the fans. We'll also study what the fans do relative to the environment. So all of that is studied for both hot and cold conditions. It'll be studied, and we're happy to kind of open source it for everyone to review.
Erin Carpenter, 802 North 4th Street. I have several comments and many questions. Is there a time? Oh, dang it. Okay, hold on. So, you said that you support the moratorium. That sounds like a paradox when you were asking to squeeze in here under the line, because people, if you don't know, the waiving of the third reading that they did like an hour ago, that doesn't go into effect until it's printed in the paper. It's not in effect yet, and it will not be in effect until it is in the Times Record or Times Republican.
Can I address this one really quick? We're happy to receive a counter from the city saying that we cannot close on the property until the moratorium is in effect, which obviously we won't do because then we can't build what we intend. But we're happy to take that counter. We're not trying to get in under any sort of line.
Okay, if that is the case, then I wonder why you're here tonight and not in 2 months when the moratorium is over.
We can't advance the project any further without site control. The utility will not advance effectively our engineering studies. We can't advance our civil studies. I kind of brought up a list of everything we'd like to do. That costs quite literally hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars. And it would be irresponsible for us to do so without the prospect of being able to pursue the project should things work out.
That makes sense because Lane, I think you brought up like a month ago, if an entity has vested rights in property, they have all sorts of legal protections. And if the community or the council tried to stop someone from, sorry, if the committees tried to tell a developer to not,
We could be grandfathered.
sorry,
into vested
you would be
rights, yeah.
you
It's a valid
you would be grandfathered in with vested rights, and even if planning and zoning or the Board of Adjustment did not want that project here, they could not legally, I believe, say that can or cannot happen. If it meets the city code under the law, they have to allow it to happen. That was the case in Cedar Falls.
Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. They are not asking for any of that. They're not trying to get in under the limit so they could use the old code.
We're happy to. Okay.
Not yet.
Well,
There's nothing about this presentation that's legally binding. It's not in city code. It's PowerPoint promises.
Steve,
It doesn't mean anything legally.
We're happy to be countered to where we can't close until the moratorium is in effect, and in which case we can't pull a permit for a data center because the moratorium is in place. City simply won't give us a permit for it, and without a permit we can't build, and we therefore can't invest rights. So we're happy to legally on a contract kind of tie that together. So that's our promise.
I'll just chime in briefly just on the concept of vested rights. Where I've seen this in another industry that's come to Iowa pretty heavily is wind turbines, where vested rights really come into effect is where you have the governmental approval. And where I've seen it, a government approves a project for a bunch of wind turbines. A company goes out and spends hundreds of millions of dollars to get those in production. Production starts, and then a new council comes in and they're like, no, we're going to kill this. Well, that's where the vested rights really come in. What's being proposed here is basically a purchase with a lot of contingencies.
Point of order. We can't talk about that, can we? The purchase order or the purchase agreement?
The
Out in
amounts,
public?
no, we cannot.
I don't think the fact that he's stated already
Okay.
that it would be contingent upon approval of regulations that work for them. So I'm not stating anything he hasn't.
Yeah, that we can't be compelled to close if you pass an ordinance that requires like 20 decibels, which is like quieter than a cricket, right? Like we have to be able to review what gets passed and see if a project could be developed. That's all it is that we have a right to look at what you do and then decide only for us do we still want to go forward with this investment or not? But if it's anything like the general industrial, we already have a project that works for it.
And basically, and without vested rights, and I've never met Amir before. I have no dog in this fight. Without any type of vested right, and with the kind of contingencies that he's explained, there's still a pretty big risk that they spend all this money and then the city just listening to you going through this whole process adopts very stringent regulations that they might not be able to comply with, and they would just have to walk.
Yeah, we'd lose a lot of money.
Okay. I think we need to wrap up things.
Mr. City Attorney, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Steve, are you referring to Geisler v. Cedar Falls? In Cedar Falls, several years ago, maybe 20 years ago now, a developer wanted to put in a small multifamily housing unit that complied with city code. City changed their code after they had those plans, and then when the city said they could no longer build, then the developer sued the city.
I wasn't referring to that in particular. I'm aware of several, I don't want to state locations, of several wind turbine projects where governments have gotten themselves in trouble by preliminarily approving it. The developer goes out, spends significant amount of money in reliance upon those approvals, and then they try to retract the approval. That's where vested rights will get governments in trouble and potentially large settlements.
In this case, we'd be selling a property for a data center. if we later say that that code
it won't be sold until the planning and zoning is done, is the way I understand it, because of the contingency. So he won't own it until the planning and zoning is done. And then he looks at the planning and zoning and says, okay, we can comply with this. Or no, we can't comply with this.
Okay. In that case, I would like to urge council to not go into closed session later if there is not a real estate deal to be made. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take one or two more questions, then we do have more on the agenda, so.
Hi, Lee Botter, Marshalltown, Iowa. I'm going to step forward and say, okay, let's say hypothetically speaking, land contract goes through. I have three questions. The first one is, who are your investors? $345 million, at least in my neck of the woods, is a lot of money, okay? Who are your investors? Are we talking local investors? Are we talking overseas? I mean, specific names. Can you give those?
So the best place I'd point you to is, so we build an NVIDIA reference architecture. Jensen Huang, the CEO of NVIDIA, was recently on CNBC with 6 CEOs of several large investment banks and private equity firms that effectively underwrite to leases on the NVIDIA architecture, because that's an investable asset class. And so you can kind of look up the largest infrastructure and data center investors kind of in the country, and it's kind of the largest private equity firms who back it on a project finance level. So it's tied to the customer's credit. Because we underwrite to investment grade and high quality credit firms like these large enterprises, their credit is signed through anywhere between like a 7 to 15-year lease, and that underwrites the financing for the asset. Also, that allows revenue to be effectively guaranteed by someone who's a real company and not like Bitcoin for many years, and therefore you can rest assured that once a project is built for quite a long time, there's going to be revenue coming in guaranteed because of that. That credit is on the hook.
Okay, speaking of revenue, you talked to your end users, et cetera. What would you anticipate on the annual net income for a data center here in Marshalltown? What would you anticipate?
I would have to kind of go back and do some additional analysis on the rents and see if that's something we can follow up on, maybe on the website.
Let's see. If a land purchase were approved and a center was built, what are your future plans? Would it be selling to another company? Would you want to go further east on that land? Just trying to see what would you anticipate a future looking like, say, 15, 20 years down the road. We don't need another hospital. So of course decommissioning would have to be in there, but I'm just curious as to what's your vision?
Currently, it's the one building on the one lot. We would be basically have to come up with a new power solution to do anything beyond that. So we're effectively capped by the power because again, we focus on these existing infrastructure components. Any new project would basically require new high voltage to be brought in. And those are kind of more of like the sprawling campus type of projects, which doesn't quite fit, huh?
More of your hypers.
Yes, exactly. And so there may be other opportunities for some smaller ones, but as far as you kind of mentioned decommissioning, so this is where, again, I think it'd be helpful for us to be working alongside in parallel with planning and zoning. The current ordinance reads for kind of larger buildings, a lot of deviations and setbacks and things that really read to more of a retail center. But if you build a very bespoke, like kind of jogging data center, now you're actually reducing the like kind of the alternative uses, because if you have a rectangular building with power hooked up to it, that can be heavy manufacturing, that could be something else later if you're kind of bearish on AI. But if you look at like historically built data centers, the vacancy rate in data centers across the US is around 1%. And it's because there's just so much demand compared to supply that it even makes sense to go buy older data centers now and rip out all the old gear and put in all the new gear. Because compared to China, the US is very power constrained. And so we have to get the most out of our megawatts with the latest chips. And so unless you think the internet's going to go away, you know, even if you take AI out of the equation, if you look at the growth of just cloud and data centers strictly due to internet use, it's truly exponential. In the last exclusive of AI between 2020, I think 2 and 2021, or sorry, 2020 and 2022, I believe, somewhere in the 2-year range, I think like 90% of the world's data was like in the year 2022 was created in the last 2 years. So it's truly an exponential growth that I think if you believe the internet will continue, there's always going to be a use for it, because the hardest thing to bring is the power.
Lee,
And no, this is super simple. Oh, I know. Thank you. Simple. Can you provide the updated, I guess, your presentation? Can you give that to the city so we can have that put out on the city? That's all I wanted to know, is an updated presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay,
I just have one.
okay, one question.
Sarah Nira, 20 East State Street. So I just did like a little bit of like research just when you were talking and stuff. And so it's kind of going back to what Councilman Mitchell asked. So does your company actually have any working, like, do they have any that are built right now? From what I came up with, that they did not. So this is basically theoretical. Is that correct?
It's not theoretical. We've our team has built about 3 gigawatts of data center projects in power infrastructure. Swarm is a relatively newer company compared to a lot of the larger hyperscales, so none are operating today. There's a few in various levels of pre-construction and pre-development across the country.
Okay, so I guess I'm not sure where your numbers are coming from then, if you don't actually have the.
Well, it's data centers are not new to us. Small ones are. The projects that I've personally worked on is a 270 megawatt project in Illinois, a 600 megawatt going a gigawatt project in Texas, and a 370 megawatt project in Phoenix, as well as a couple smaller ones in various parts of the coast, including California. So we've done a lot of data center projects, but this approach of doing these smaller ones focused on these specifically kind of like high density, zero water, like enterprise solutions is what we left to go do. And it's a relatively newer phenomenon because everyone was pretty happy with the cloud until their bills started catching on fire the last couple of years. But we have all the connections to all the contractors, operators, co-developers, investors, and financiers. We ultimately are real estate developers. And so the operations is kind of its own layer within that. The commissioning of the actual components and everything else is a different group. And so we have contractors, vendors, and everyone kind of down the chain.
Okay, I think we probably discussed this. You have a short question?
I do. Maggie Valentine, 2345 Whispering Oaks Road. Just your proposal sounds as good as we could hope for, I think, if we believe everything that's been said.
Let us prove it.
Well, I think the best way to prove it would be to stop until the moratorium is finished and we have our regulations in place. I understand wanting to move forward with the due diligence. It's perfectly reasonable. However, I feel like part of supporting the moratorium is adhering to not bringing a proposal to the council. I mean, the tone of this, everyone is so upset. And so I just think if you want to prove it, start right now. And maybe we'll get the information we need to believe it and to welcome you if we're given the opportunity to do that under the conditions that we all believed we were going to have moving forward. So thank you.
I think just to add, to answer that, if the city responds to our offer with a counter that says we'll accept your offer, but you simply cannot close until we A, enter the moratorium, and then B, choose to lift it, and only then legally can we close on your on this transaction, we're happy to accept that, and that will like legally bind us to being solely at risk on due diligence and being legally unable to close prior to that. We're happy to proceed that way, and all it lets us do is proceed, because otherwise we're waiting several months, and just frankly we have to identify where to pour our time and resources, and we think this is a fantastic opportunity. We'd love to make Marshalltown home and to drive this forward. And again, in support of the moratorium, we're happy to this is as binding as it can be. It's a contract with the city that we cannot close until the moratorium is entered and then exited.
I think the problem is that we don't want there to be a contract at all until we get to the end of our process. And if Marshalltown is so fabulous, it's worth waiting until November, in my opinion.
I agree. Okay, I think that we're done taking questions and comments. We've had, this is a presentation.
Mine's not long. April long, 9/11 May. I would just urge everyone on the city council and everyone listening to check out the Marshfield, Missouri newspaper and see what they have had to say about their experiences with this particular company and data center. A quote from their newspaper: "Staffing is limited and the facility is largely automated with on-site operation teams performing periodic preventative maintenance. 60,000 square foot building subject to change during design and estimated at 15 employees." It's
peak shift, I think is in the quote there.
right, but 15 employees, that's
So it's 3 shifts, and that's about half, if not smaller, than this project. So 15 times 3 is like 45, and that's again half the size of this project.
I don't think we're going to get the amount of employees that they're talking, but please check out their previous experience in the Marshfield, Missouri. Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Since Amir has said that he's okay with everything being open.
Yeah.
Is the information that this council has confidentially, can I disclose any of it right now to counter something that was asked and said?
Steve, I'll leave that up to you.
I can't read your mind, so I don't know what you're gonna say. Kind of dangerous not knowing what you're gonna say.
Whisper in his ear.
Yeah, either I can or I can't, I guess. Is that the chips? So you're saying I'm out there on my own, I'm gonna get my hand slapped again if I get out of line here? I'm gonna tell the public, you guys keep asking, why, you're asking a very valid question. why can't this individual wait till the moratorium is over? Be 3 months, be September, October, November on a 2-year build.
It's already the end of September.
It's the end of August. So I guess what I'm going to say is, since Amir has said he's okay with everything being out in the open, correct?
Sure.
And I'm sure I'm going to get in trouble for this. Amir made an offer to buy land from the city. That's been leaked. Everybody knows that. Okay. Obviously, we're here today because the city didn't accept that offer. The city made a counter offer that pushed the date back beyond the moratorium. So you guys are exactly right that we're willing to sell the land. We're just wanting to wait till the moratorium's over. And we're back here tonight because Amir did not agree to our counter offer.
He made a counter offer, Gary.
Huh?
He made a counter offer.
He made a counter offer that brought the date forward
Right. And
from the end of the moratorium.
and we're not looking to close before
I
the moratorium.
understand that. I get that.
But
I
so I
truly-
guess if we proceed and then we wait until December, what we have absolutely zero assurance that we're going to be the ones developing on this land versus somebody else. So sure, we could sit on and wait, but we're not going to be able to advance a project, spend dollars, and
So you're saying trust you, but you don't trust us that we have an offer, we have an interested party that wants
Right.
that land. You're saying you don't trust the 7 of us that we would sell that land out from under an interested party.
no, that's not what I'm saying.
It's exactly what you're saying, Amir. It's exactly what you're saying.
Gary?
Your
Yeah,
Honor.
we're beyond the presentation right now. I will say that Alliant will work with developers to a certain point, and then they have to have the land located on that they want to do, because there's
We have to have it
hundreds of
under
thousands
control.
of dollars involved with this.
Yeah.
So you have to have a location that Alliant can then work with you to work through all the other details. So,
But that doesn't invalidate the question, which is, would it
Can't
really
hear
make
or-
it, the project's not viable?
All right.
Order, order.
all right, I think we're done talking about this on the presentation. Let's move on to the next. Thank you, Amir.
Thank you.
Let's move on to the next. We're going to go into closed session, possibly. On this?
Don't leave yet.
Okay, so we did that.
Now
And
try
we
to
did
put this back
that.
together.
Oh, we gotta go through our motions.
That's not the order of business. We have to go to closed session.
Yeah, that's right. Okay.
Which they shouldn't have.
Your Honor, I do have a question.
Yes.
Who all will be present during closed session if we are to agree to it?
The council.
What about
The litigation,
the other parties?
yeah, the litigation I've been asked to sit out.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. First thing that we are going to do, do I hear a motion to go into closed session?
So moved.
Second.
And then I have a quick comment. I'll be abstaining due to being the adverse party of it.
Okay.
And I would just like to say before you have
Your Honor?
Hold on.
You need to push your mic.
Sorry about that. Just want to chime in before a vote to go into.
Your Honor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hold on. Hold on a second, Melissa. Steve's talking.
You gotta get closer.
All right, I just want to chime in before there's a
Hello?
vote on the closed session. To let it be known that I am familiar with the facts and circumstances, and it's my opinion that the council has the legal right to go into closed session under Iowa Code Section 21.5, subsection 1, paragraph C.
Okay. Melissa, did you have something?
Yes, I wanted to know who all was present.
Who all is present?
It will be the city council and the city attorney.
And Kristen?
Not yet.
No.
Okay.
First one is legal.
Yes, and our legal counsel. Okay. Let's have roll call, please.
We need to
Sorry, clarification, please. Which of the closed sessions?
Number 1.
Okay. Gotcha. Thank you. So we are doing those in order, or we're at least going through there. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this is a motion to go into closed session. Cahill.
Yes.
Fonseca.
Yes.
Mitchell.
No.
Nichols.
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
Thompson.
No.
Yepes Gomez.
Abstain.
That failed. Because he abstained?
Yes. It failed.
Okay. So then we will move on to closed session number 2.
Closed session pursuant to section 21.5 subsection 1 paragraph J of the Code of Iowa to discuss the purchase and sale of particular real estate only where premature disclosure could be reasonably expected to increase the price that the government body would have to pay for the property or reduce the price that the government body would receive for the property. The city of Marshalltown has an attorney-client relationship with Lynch Dallas PC by Council Resolution 2022-161 approved June 13th, 2022. There may be council action by motion to follow the closed session if directed by the city's attorney.
Okay.
And as with the last one, I am familiar with the facts and circumstances, and it is my opinion that the council has the legal right to enter into closed session for the stated purpose pursuant to section 21.5 subsection 1 paragraph J of the Iowa Code.
move to go into closed session.
Second.
Your Honor, can I have a clarification
Yes.
prior to going in? Does not going into closed session for this, would it then, I'll restate, several people have asked that this stay in open session. Would we not discuss it at all if it doesn't go to closed session, or would we discuss it in open session?
That remains to be seen. There'd have to be a motion and a vote to discuss it in open session, since there could be negative repercussions from that. Typically, the reason for going into closed session is similar to why you don't, when you purchase a home for yourself, you don't sit down with your spouse along with the other party across from a table and talk to each other about it. You get that private so you can negotiate fairly.
By not going into closed session, would that have any precedent setting for future real estate activities?
No, you never have to go into closed session, and I don't think it would set a precedent, but it would arguably harm your negotiating position.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to go into closed session. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mitchell.
No.
Nichols. Schneider.
Yes.
Thompson.
No.
Yepes Gomez.
No.
Cahill.
Yes.
Fonseca.
Yes.
Okay, that motion failed because we had 3 no votes. So I would entertain a motion to discuss this item in open session.
So I will make that motion.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Any questions or comments?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I think it would not be in our best interest to go in open session with this. Primarily because, again, what Steve just said, and also because just listening to everything, and yeah, it just wouldn't be good. And also, I wanted to talk to you guys about I know, Steve, you're a city attorney and everything, but having an actual real estate attorney look at all these documents, just with everything being said by the other party, I think that we really do need an actual real estate commercial attorney. Thank you, Gary, for asking what his background was, because now we know that he was a commercial real estate agent and has his license in whatever state he's in, California or whatever. So he knows more about how to write up a purchase agreement. Because whenever we write up our own purchase agreements, it's going to look a lot better for, because we're licensed and things like that. So I think we should really look into getting a real estate attorney, a specific one.
I
to
would
look at
just
all
point
these
out that I
documents.
am a real attorney and a real estate attorney, and that I handle all of the city's real estate transactions personally. So, thanks.
Yeah, also Kristen Pauley is our listing agent and did turn in the offer.
Okay. I know, but what I'm saying is, okay, I mean, I still think that we should have somebody else look it over.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay, we have a.
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes.
I have a different reason for not wanting to go into this open session to discuss this, because I don't believe that just saying possible open session to discuss the sale of real estate with possible action to follow, I think it's in violation, in my opinion. I'm not a real person or a real lawyer. So,
Real person.
So I'm just saying, we did not tell the public what the address was or anything about this. So I feel we failed to meet the open meeting laws requirement and let you know what piece of property we're talking about. And there may have been other people that would have come to this meeting tonight if they would have known what that property was. So therefore, I, like Councilor Fonseca, do not believe we should go into this discussion. Thank you.
Yes.
So, it's clearly in the packet what the presentation and the address was regarding this.
Yes.
So that is not a surprise. That was public information beforehand, because it's in the packet.
The packet was Amir's presentation. There's nothing that says this closed session and this open session were about his presentation. You know it because we have other information. They didn't know it before they got the packet on Thursday.
I would say that was public information because everybody knows we got the audience here because of this issue.
It could be more descriptive. I think it's sufficient how it was described. And I'd like you to all keep in mind that nothing that you can't make a final decision on this because you haven't yet complied with 364.7 and made a resolution proposing the sale and setting a public hearing. So that would still have to go forward. And that's the public hearing aspect of it. There's no, City of Marshalltown is very generous with its public input, having basically public comment on every single agenda item. That's not the case most places. And that's why you have to have an actual public hearing to solicit public input with a sale. You're kind of getting bonus input at this point would be my take on that. And you would list it more specifically moving forward with that formal resolution.
Okay. Let's have a roll call, please.
Thompson.
No.
Yepes Gomez.
No.
Cahill.
No.
Fonseca.
No.
Mitchells.
No.
Nichols.
Yes.
Schneider.
Yes.
What was the final vote on that?
5-2.
5-2 no?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and move on to motions. G. Number 1.
Motion to appoint Marty Wymore to the Plan and Zoning Commission, term ending March 31, 2028, replacing Matt Brodeen.
Move to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second.
I have a brief description of
Okay.
Marty's application. Marty has applied to serve on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Marty is an American Institute of Certified Planners member and has more than 35 years of professional experience in community planning, infrastructure, housing, transportation, economic development, and grant administration. He holds a bachelor's degree in geography and a master's of public administration, and he has served as the executive director of Region 6 Resource Partners since 1991. His professional qualifications, knowledge of Marshalltown, and his interest in quality growth and redevelopment would bring substantial experience and expertise to the commission.
Okay. Anyone have any questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez.
Yes.
Okay, motion number 2.
Motion to appoint Robert Thomas to the Waterworks Board of Trustees, term ending May 1 of 28, replacing Benjamin Fletcher.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Okay, Mr. Thomas is the retired president and CEO of United Bank and Trust and brings 44 years of experience in management, finance, budgeting, bond issuance, and strategic planning. He has an extensive history of service to organizations throughout the Marshalltown area. His financial background and his stated interest in water quality, infrastructure, and future water capacity will provide valuable experience to the board.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from anyone? Roll call, please.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Okay, number 4.
Number 3.
Number 3.
Motion to approve a 5-day Class C retail alcohol license for Midnight Ballroom LLC for rodeo on October 17th at the Central Iowa Fairgrounds.
Move for approval.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Okay, number 4.
Motion to approve a 5-day special Class C retail alcohol license for Lucky Wife Wine Slushies for Oktoberfest, September 24th to September 27th.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Questions, comments? Roll call, please.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Okay, number 5.
Motion to approve a 5-day Class C, special Class C retail alcohol license for Thirsty Pigs LLC for Oktoberfest, September 24th to 27th.
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Roll call, please.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Okay. Resolution number 1.
Resolution approving an amended agreement between the City of Marshalltown and the Marshall County Arts and Cultural Alliance, Inc. for a permanent art installation on city property at 101 West Main Street.
Or a motion for approval?
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Kelsey.
Good evening, Kelsey Stafford, Park and Recreation Director. One more moment, I'm just pulling up the final rendering here for you all. The Arts and Culture Alliance and the Parks and Recreation Department present for your consideration an amended agreement to transition the temporary activation of the lot located at 101 West Main Street to a permanent pocket park. This project is born from overwhelming positive feedback from the ACA's Creative Placemaking Committee, conversations with community members and local businesses, and support from both the Marshalltown Central Business District and the Marshalltown Area Chamber of Commerce. The city will be saving $800 to $1,000 per year in contract mowing costs, but will incur about $50 per year in costs to maintain vegetation. The park will require watering and minimal weed control in the first 1.5 to 2 years, but will continue to be low maintenance in the future as carefully selected perennials, trees, and bushes establish. The current landscaping plan in front of you includes no grass areas and has been thoughtfully designed by Kristen Titus, Park Supervisor, to be as maintenance friendly as possible while still remaining welcoming and beautiful. As stewards of the City of Marshalltown's recreational spaces and opportunities and fiscal resources, we believe that this space will have a large impact addressing council's strategic goals and comprehensive plan priorities with minimal financial and time investment. Staff is recommending council's approval of the amended agreement. I have pulled up the renderings for your review, excuse me, and Kristen is here to answer any landscaping questions. With that, we will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Anyone have any questions?
Yeah, quick question. So what is the turf? I mean, that looks to me by the rendering that you have grass to mow and things to mow around.
Yes, so this is the proposal that the artist gave. So this is what the Creative Placemaking Committee used to determine that we wanted to move forward with this concept for the art. In front of you that I handed out to you prior to the meeting is the landscaping plan. I will bring that up now. This is the landscaping plan that Kristen developed here. This will be a concrete path. I don't know if you can see my cursor. Okay, and then pebble surrounding. Some things might need to change. We may need to go with mulch instead of pebble or what have you. We're hoping to do turf, artificial turf in the back so that there will be no mowing on this lot. And Kristen can definitely explain more about the landscaping if you have further questions, but we're looking at raised seating walls right here and some tall columnar trees in the back. Further questions on the landscaping plan?
Your Honor, if I may?
Yeah.
Well, this sounds great. If there's no cost, would you say $50 a year?
$50 a year in spraying costs and minimal time.
I think then that the Arts and Cultural Alliance should be able to buy this lot for $1 from us and take it over then if it's that little of impact for them.
One thing I will add, for the installation time, we're estimating 160 hours for the hardscapes and 48 hours for the plantings. And then an annual maintenance for the first 1.5 years, 54 hours to water, that's annual, and then 2 hours to cut back the perennials at the end of the year. And I'll let Amber address that if she'd like.
So
I think it's pretty straightforward.
all that for $50 a year?
So Amber can speak to the budget if she would like, but it is all going to be paid for through ACA, some city dollars that were already allocated in the existing agreement, and then grant funding as well. Okay. Cost for labor, of course, in the hours that I explained.
Okay. Any other questions?
I do have one. The hours that you mentioned, are those employee hours?
Yes.
Okay, so that is not included in the $50 a month.
Correct.
Correct. So it is substantially more than that in a year.
So yes, in our general fund line items, it'd be $50, but there is personnel cost for any labor that we would have. Again, the installation up front is going to be some substantial hours there, about 1.5 to 2 weeks of time. For about 4 employees to do the work.
Okay.
And then annual maintenance, 54 hours to water for the first 1.5 years. Once those plants establish, similar to the welcome signs, we don't go out there and water those anymore because the plants are established.
And I must say, your planters out in front of here are beautiful.
Our staff does amazing work. Absolutely. Thank you. Yes.
Gary, Amber Danielson, should I say good night or good evening? I'm not sure. 126 West Main Street with the Arts and Culture Alliance. Gary, you previously asked, are we prohibited to purchase land? I said no. The question I think really is, are we positioned to maintain this facility or this asset? The answer is also no. The ACA is a partner to the city, and our role is to bring the community's ideas through life through the Arts and Culture Master Plan. That is our contract with the city. Bringing artists to the table, engaging the community, identifying resources, fundraising, managing the project, and turn those plans into action alongside the community. And that's exactly what we've done with this space. But we are not a Parks and Rec organization. This is a pocket park, and we are not equipped to own and maintain this. This pocket park is, and I talked a little bit about this last time when I was here, this pocket park has been in the plans for quite some time. It has been stagnant. Essentially what we did was bring the community together to tell us that this is what the community wants. And so in alignment with the downtown master plan, with the comprehensive plan that we might get to before midnight, it is in these plans that the city has laid out to do these pocket parks. And our contract is to do that alongside of you, not to take the role of Parks and Rec, but to be a partner with the city and Kelsey and her team.
Amber, how much was the grant that do you remember?
I do. So actually, I had an opportunity to meet with the leader of AARP Iowa last week. They are using our project, the Pocket Park project, as a guinea pig for how they can do a better job of engaging their AARP members in the communities with the projects they are funding. They're very excited about this. So they've already taken what was a $30,000 project and given $15,000. We actively have another $20,000 on the table pending turning it permanent. Along with other grants that we're already starting to pursue. There's a lot of opportunity to take even more of what the community has offered to us and implement it into this design. So what you're seeing is really kind of what I would call, and I'm pointing to this screen, but what I am pointing to is the renderings that you got in the packet, what I would call phase one. There are going to be multiple phases to this project pending it being permanent because we're taking all of the feedback from the community and Parks and Rec and implementing that as we get more funding to implement this. And funding for this, similar, I will say, to the Lynn Creek District projects, has been relatively easy because when we build projects alongside the community and do it in a unique way, people want to invest in that. So I anticipate these projects getting more fundraising and more funds in place so that we can do more than what you see before you.
Okay, just to point out, the resolution does say a permanent art installation. Correct. So what we'll be voting on is a permanent art installation.
Well, it's the agreement.
For a permanent art installation. Yeah. Okay, just so everybody knows. Okay. Does anyone else have any questions? Anything from the public?
Lane Perry, 20 East State Street. I just had a quick question after reviewing the contract. The agreement says the ACA will complete the project as funds allow. Can staff clarify what that means? And if the fundraising falls short, does the city become responsible for finishing the project?
The city will not be obligated to bridge the gap in any funding. So the design may change to accommodate the funds that we would have in place.
Anything from anyone else? Roll call, please.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to resolution number 2.
Resolution approving a Chapter 28E agreement with the Marshtown Community School District for shot put and discus facilities at West End Park.
Move to approve.
Okay, I have a motion and a second.
Kelsey Stafford, Park and Recreation Director. Presented for council's consideration is a 28E agreement between the city and the Marshalltown Community School District for shared use of a section of green space between the West End Park Ball Diamond and Brady Creek. The purpose of the agreement is to allow for the reconfiguration of this space for discus and shot put activities between March 1 and May 31 each year. The usage of this area will include the installation of necessary pads and backstop fencing, as well as the removal of the outfield ball diamond fence to the ball field dugouts. Maintenance during the track season timeframe will be completed by MCSD, while the city will continue to maintain the area for the remainder of the year. The Parks and Recreation Department values its ongoing partnership with MCSD and is recommending approval of this 28E agreement. With that, I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and I see Dr. Schutte is here as well if you have questions specific to him. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
why does the fence have to be removed from the softball diamond?
The fence needs to be removed from the softball diamond because of the distance required for the shot put and discus activities for the throwing. I believe there was a diagram in the packet too. I might be able to pull that up.
That fence isn't in terribly good shape, is it?
It is not, and we do not anticipate that it will impact the use of any softball or baseball activity that would be happening there as of now.
Okay. Theron, do you have something?
Theron Schutte, 507 Craig Circle, School District Superintendent. I thought Kelsey did a great job describing. The answer to Gary's question is we wouldn't want the existing fencing to inhibit the throws, whether it be shot put or discus. I had shared with Kelsey that based on the limited use but continued use of softball recreation there, if we found that there was an issue with balls going towards or into the creek, that we'd be happy to put a temporary snow fence up for the outfield fences. The left field fence is already removed and has been removed for some time, opening up the space to the park. We're just looking at doing the same with the right field fence and outfield fence.
Thank you. Anything else? Let's have roll call.
Yepes Gomez,
Yes.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Mitchell,
Yes.
Nichols,
Yes.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Okay. To the last item, number 3, I declare a public hearing open for item number 3 at 9:02 p.m. And this is for the open hearing, public hearing on the resolution on adoption of the Marshalltown 2045 comprehensive plan. Do we have any, go ahead. Getting late.
Good evening, Clayton Ender, Assistant Director, Housing Community Development. This is your public hearing on adoption of our newest comprehensive plan. I do want to acknowledge a couple people in the room that have helped us along the way. We do have a representative of our consultant team, RDG, here. And then several members of our steering committee, which I'll acknowledge, and then city staff as well, and all of you. So thank you, everyone. It's been a long process. But we've been working on this comprehensive plan since about summer 2025. This is an update to our current plan that dated back to the early 2010s. And so now this plan accounts for some major events that have happened in town since our last plan. We've had a tornado, a trade show, a pandemic, changing the economy has happened. So a lot has transpired since our last plan. So this brings us back into perspective for our next 20 years. What will happen for 2045. So throughout this process, we've had various means of public engagement. We had our plan advisory committee I mentioned to you. We hosted more than 10 stakeholder listening events around the community. We went to our major employers and we held community roundtable event, community open house, interactive public website. So really put the message out there as much as we can for the community to be involved. And we did get great involvement from our community. So I'm very pleased with that. I'm not going to go through the plan in excruciating detail. We can go and dive into it if needed, but just as a high level overview for you, the plan covers land use and design, mobility, housing and neighborhoods, parks, trails and the environment, economic development in sub areas, facilities and infrastructure, and rounds out with an implementation chapter on how we should go about achieving the goals we we have set for ourselves over the next 20 years. This has been reviewed by our Planning and Zoning Commission, and they have recommended approval of the plan to you. I'll keep my comments short since we are late this evening, but certainly can go into detail if needed.
Does anyone have any questions? Anything from the public?
Lane Perry, 20 East State Street. I just wanted to be absolutely sure that, because I know there's been people with concerns about the annexation part of this, that I just want to clarify and make sure that that being in there, that area being labeled for rezoning and labeled for like future annexation, that doesn't count as anything towards a vested interest for the proposed or not proposed, but the speculated data center build. I just want to make sure.
No, not unless something's in writing, and there's nothing in writing, so.
The packet's in writing. That's the only reason I was concerned.
Yeah.
Okay.
And to add on to that, we did review all property within 2 miles of our city limits for future land uses. The vast majority of that, well, the reason we did 2 miles, that's our extraterritorial review authority by Iowa code. So that's why we did 2 miles. The vast majority of that is proposed to essentially just remain as is. We're not going to touch it. Where we did start to paint future land uses outside of our city limits, we took into consideration where were existing utilities and where was some of that development pressure occurring. Just because we show something outside city limits as a future land use doesn't mean we have to annex it. We need to review those independently upon those requests. But this gives us a guide of where we think development could happen. We did a lot of land use calculations. How much land do we need for various uses? The vast majority of it can be accommodated within existing city limits. But that does, it matters whether or not does the existing property owner want to develop their property or not. We're not compelling anyone to develop anything. That's still an owner-driven opportunity. So we really show more land than we actually need to meet the various needs, because to account for some of those economic forces that could come into play of, I just would rather my property stay a farm field, or I'm ready to go now.
Okay. Is there any other public comment?
I had a question for Clayton.
Wait
Still
till I
doing
go
public?
out of
Okay.
public.
If I can just take a couple seconds. Charlie Cull with RDG Planning and Design, 301 Grand Avenue, Des Moines, Iowa. Just wanted to say thank you. We work across the Midwest on these types of plans all over different states. And I would say a lot of times we don't have involvement all the way till the end, even with our committee. And we have a lot of our committee members here through the wee hours tonight even. So thank you for everyone being very involved throughout the process, as Clayton mentioned. Great community involvement at our events we held as well. And we had edits all the way up to the end with everyone reading it and providing really good feedback. So that's all I got.
We're the best
Thank you.
community, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You are. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Did we have any written comments?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:08 p.m. and I'll accept motion to approve.
I so move.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any questions or comments by the council?
Yeah, I just had a quick question. So in that annexation, I know there's been concerns like with houses and residential homes that are more like ag homes. Will planning and zoning be considering zoning those appropriately, or are they staying industrial if an annexation would happen?
So upon annexation, all property is automatically zoned low density residential. And then they would subsequently have to go through a rezoning process, Planning and Zoning Commission, and City Council. So any zoning in addition to low density residential would be subsequent approval. So hopefully that answers your question.
Your Honor, if I may?
Yeah.
So Clayton, please tell Marco that what you're really saying is the people that want to stay there next to a data center on Shady Oaks Road, they will be legal non-conforming. after you rezone it in heavy industrial, correct?
Well, it depends on if their specific property is rezoned or not.
But I mean, if it's an acreage, you would rezone that whole area, correct?
We don't have to.
Okay.
We can limit the rezoning to just development parcels themselves and leave other areas alone.
So you'd spot zone.
Well, it wouldn't be spot zoning because
It would be at the edge of this.
it'd be at the edge, and it's it's following the comprehensive plan. Those properties could potentially rezone themselves in the future. They could petition themselves. They could see an opportunity and say, I have a couple acres here in an industrial area. Maybe I'm ready to sell it industrial. So someone could come in after the fact and want to rezone those as well. Or we could, as a city, say, no, we think it's in the best interest that we clean up all the zoning at this time and make that decision. So it's hypothetical. I could take you down many different scenarios there, but I'd be speculating.
Okay. Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Schneider,
Yes.
Thompson,
No.
Yepes Gomez,
No.
Cahill,
Yes.
Fonseca,
Yes.
Mitchell, Nichols.
Yes.
Yes. 4-3.
Okay. With that, that is the end of the meeting, and thank you for everybody for sticking by and everybody being well behaved. Meeting adjourned at 9:11.
You were on.
What?
You were on.
He was
And
good.
you didn't go over. That was impressive. That was impressive.